Hello, welcome to BadPond 2020. What an absolute treat it is to be able to say that, because who knew, well, I didn't know I was going to be at a festival this year, so it is absolutely 100% a pleasure to be here. Obviously, the vibe is a little bit different this year with there being, well, none of you in this room with us, but we're going to try and bring you the best festival that we possibly can, and we've got 7 amazing acts performing. We've got Jamie Lenman, St. Agnes, A.A. Williams, Orchards, Gender Roles, Clit Drip, and Yumi And The Weather. So yeah, they're going to be bringing us an absolute feast of different styles of music, sort of electro-punk through to psychedelic pop, through to heavy rock, like all sorts of stuff, and you're going to absolutely love it. As I say, the vibe is a bit different this year. Firstly, you're watching it for free, which is nice, courtesy of funding from the Arts Council. Love those guys. And also, thanks to Small Pond for rallying around in this weird year, assembling like the Avengers that they are, and pulling together this absolute mass of amazing music for you. So, yeah. Obviously, it's from your end, it's a bit different. You're watching it maybe in your living room or your bath or your garden or whatever. You might be wearing a Santa Claus onesie. I hope that at least one of you is doing that. You might be wearing a festive jumper. You might even be decorating your Christmas tree as we speak while this is playing out in the background. That's fine. There's no way for us to tell. There's no way for us to tell. Get it? Like it? Hope you aren't offended by a few festive puns here and there, because I don't know when they're going to happen. There's no way of me knowing when they're going to happen. That one just popped out again twice. So yeah, sorry about that. But anyway, this isn't about me, but my name's Rosie James, and I've never hosted an online live stream event before. So I've said that now. I've got it out there. Yeah, so it's not about me, though. It's about you, and it's about the amazing musicians that have come together to share their art with you and to fill all of our afternoons and our evening with a bit of joy. So I'm going to let them get on with it in a second, because as I said, and I will say it again, it is not about me. However, I am here, and that's a fact, and we are all just going to have to deal with that. So without further ado, I would like to welcome onto the stage one of the best musicians that I know of, like one of my favourite musicians in the world. Yumi And The Weather is a solo. With some further ado, I would like to welcome onto the stage one of my favourite musicians, Yumi And The Weather. But before that, as we will be doing throughout the day, we're going to have some ad breaks, and we're going to have some interviews with the artists, care of Renfrey Deadman from Riot Act Podcast. So yeah, I'm really glad I gave you that disclaimer that I've never hosted an online live event before, because I think you would have found me out by now. So yeah, we're going to cut to a word from our wonderful sponsors.
Do you remember that first gig? Maybe you were dragged there by your mates, or it came at the end of a very long wait. To see that band, and it felt so good to stand shoulder to shoulder with others who understood. Your heart swelled, and you felt accepted for who you were. It gave you the confidence to pick up that pen, that mic, or that guitar. And our towns and cities are peppered with these special places, amazing hidden spaces tucked high above pubs, or nested down twisty stairs, venues with posters on the wall that say, "It's okay, be you, do what you want with your hair." What might look like just a door on the street is actually a portal to a cathedral, elastic with dreams, offering a togetherness you can't manufacture, that lyric that echoes your thoughts so exactly. And the 2 kids in the same t-shirt whose gaze just catches. And our houses are full of the music that was made here. We make playlists packed with it for the births of our babies. Because live music heals. Sweat might fall as rain from the ceiling. but we stand rooted where we stood, just feeling, knowing we've glimpsed the other side, and how many ways there are to be beautiful in this life. And the UK's reputation as one of the world's leading music innovators hinges on these liminal spaces. There'd be no Beatles, no Bowie, no Massive Attack, without the live music venues to try stuff out. And yeah, we've got a £5.2 billion a year music industry. But how do you pollinate something without any bees? So we're asking the government to do the right thing, to support us now, so we can delay opening. Then, when it's safe, with a full heart we can throw open the doors again and say, come on in, let the music play.
Radio silence makes me dizzy like Ferris wheel. He's the king of the sky and carnival. Radio silence. Radio silence. Carrying.
Among other things, this year we released great records from We Were Promised Jetpacks, Vinnie Caruana, Into It Over It, Cursive, In Technicolor, Me Rex, Orchards, Owen, Delta Sleep, Oceanator, Jamie Lenman, The Gloria Record, The Fall of Troy, Laura Jane Grace, Illuminati Hotties, I Am the Avalanche, and The Winter Passing. That's a lot of records and they're all great!
I'm Joy from Omni and I'm here to tell you about an exciting course we are running in collaboration with Small Pond Studios called Engineering Equality. A shocking 5% of record producers are women, so this course is aiming to address that, demystify music tech and show that those of any gender can take part. So we really encourage you to apply. If you're a woman or trans person, you can be of any experience level also, whether you're an artist, a musician, or a complete novice, please apply. Hopefully see you soon.
Radio silence makes me dizzy like Ferris wheel. He's the king of the sky and carnival. Radio silence. Radio silence.
Hey everybody, how are you doing? Renfrey Deadman here from the Right Act podcast, welcoming you to BadPond's 2020 live stream. I'll be interviewing all the bands playing between sets, and first up we have Ruby Taylor from Yumi And The Weather. Ruby, how are you today?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
I'm very, very well. We've just been discussing just prior to this interview. It's a Friday. It means that we have to get everything done by the end of today, all the work that we need to do. And we're both very, very stressed. But apart from that, it'll be fine. We are doing okay. But we'll put on a brave face for this interview.
Yes.
Ruby, you've just released your new EP, Some Days, via Small Pond. How has the reaction been to the EP so far?
Really lovely. Quite a few blogs have done some really nice reviews. One that stuck out for me actually was, oh no, I can't remember the name. Oh, I think it's Sound. It begins with S. It's got Sound in the title. I should know this. But yeah, they gave my EP like 7 out of 10.
So the EP was conceived and put together in lockdown, wasn't it? So 2020's proved to be quite a creative time for you, has it?
Yeah, I suppose like I think all the time it's always creative anyway, but I suppose I just got maybe more inspired to sort of write about the situations and which COVID brought, because obviously there were so many emotions when it first, when we all went into lockdown with, the restrictions. So I think that was like the biggest inspiration, with just the feelings of like, I'm quite isolated anyway, because I don't really get out. I'm always like in one room all the time. So like, it didn't affect me in the way of like more people's behavior and, going to shops with having to do certain things and like being asked to do things. And so I think, and then all these like kind of, I suppose theories of the future of what things were going to happen. And I think that caused a lot of anxiety for me. So I think, and obviously everyone. So I kind of captured those emotions, but I kind of went in more of a hopeful way. And that's what helped me deal with the kind of, the stress, I suppose. And then then I was working on a second album basically. And then, because I couldn't work on it, I just kind of got this EP all kind of done. And I spoke to Small Pond and they were like, well, let's get it out, because I said I wanted it out really before the second album. It made sense to bring it out at the time that I was feeling it, and I'm sure everyone was feeling. So I was hoping to kind of get it out that people could relate and kind of have a bit of hope, because the EP is quite silly as well. I wanted it to be silly because I just felt like usually I go at things very sort of like, I want things to be quite not serious, but like, when you're creating things, you don't. I don't know, a lot of the songs I've written are, about like love or like kind of not very sort of happy, it's all been quite, what's the word? Yeah, I suppose like melancholic feelings that have created this kind of, create the songs. But this one was more like, that it's more about positivity really, instead of sort of dwelling on the bad. So it kind of made me think, I'm just going to like really be silly with this. And I like the little silly guitar solo in I Will Never Know, like things like that. I was just like, I don't even care. Like if I wanted it to be like really cheesy and like, cause you can always go at things either like very complimentary, which I didn't want to lose. I wanted this, obviously the tracks to be like complimentary for the song, but also I kind of just like went for it. And that's, in the past, I've never really sort of, I suppose music's never been like a silly outlet. It's always been kind of like just, So I don't know. I can't remember the question now.
I'm really pleased you said that, actually, because when I listen to the EP, there is that really interesting dichotomy between, it's very clearly inspired by the events of this year. But as you say, there is a sort of happy, joyful. It uplifts you. It's an uplifting.
That's good. I'm glad that was the plan. So.
Good.
Yes.
Yeah, that's exactly what I got from it. So what you wanted to do,
Great.
you absolutely 100% did it.
Nailed it.
I also hear, I think a lot of that kind of fun vibe comes from these. There's a big 80s vibe and influence on this EP, right? Am I correct in saying that?
Oh, definitely.
What are the artists and bands who have influenced you for this EP in particular, would you say?
Well, I suppose like the two, I suppose 80s, what springs to mind, like I was, the beginning of lockdown, I was actually at my boyfriend's for like a month and a half. That's where I wrote No More and Will Become of the Wishing Well. And they're quite sort of they're the synthy ones, and he's playing a lot of computer games.
Right.
So like, I don't know, and then we were like, he showed me this really cool band like Power Glove, they're like a synth wave, they're really funny, like, but they're also like really cool. Yeah, check their, I think it was their 2019 album, which is the one that I listened to, and I don't know, I suppose like that was definitely influential, but also like I love bands like Secret Service, who were like, I think they were from Sweden in the 80s, and yeah, they're just so funny and they're really cheesy, but their songs are like really pop, and it's like no one really, like, I never heard of them, and I heard them on like, I think NTS like ages ago. I was just like, and then I ended up listening to their whole discography like on repeat, because I was like, these guys are amazing. Yeah, so that was really cool, listening. And there's like a band called Psyche from, they're a duo from Canada, and I've always really liked, there's one particular song that I love, and it's like really like minimal, there's not loads of textures and stuff going on, and it's quite sort of post-punky, but it's electro. So I think like with those in the past of having that influence, it sort of came out in this EP because it seemed to kind of go with that, like, you know, it has, like, I love how the synth kind of vibe, it always feels for me like a bit sort of futuristic, and I suppose that's what, you know, that's how that sort of vibe related with those songs, because it's about the future and the anxiety and not knowing, but also the hope because of like the sort of them being in like major. So I suppose that's where it kind of, like, I suppose No More's got like a bit more kind of like minor, you know, yeah, it's got some like sort of, I'm not very good with the kind of terms, but yeah.
That's my job. Describing the music is my job.
Oh, sorry. Okay, yeah.
It's fine. You don't need to describe your music.
Okay, that's cool.
I believe, well, you already mentioned that you were due to be doing a second full-length album, so the follow-up to the self-titled 2018 album. How are you going with the development of that? Has this whole lockdown situation just put the kibosh on that for the moment, or how are you progressing with that?
Yeah, I suppose it's kind of given me, I think actually it's given me more confidence, because I was working with my friend who was helping me like co-produce it. He's a sick electronic musician, Ambassadors. And I suppose, yeah, I kind of thought from doing the EP, I thought actually like, it's maybe nicer if I actually attempt to just do this album, like mix it myself, because it's like, I don't know, it might not sound as overproduced that it sort of could be, but then I thought, I don't know, maybe that is just my sound. Maybe like I don't need to do all this like extra stuff, and because I kind of like, I listened back to the demos before I worked with him, and I thought actually like that is my sound. And then when I heard what we'd done together, I was like, it's not the same. And it's weird how different things can sound when you work with different people, different environments, different speakers, and what you're used to and how you listen to music is like, I don't know, it is interesting. So I was like, maybe, you know, because it might even be my last album, I don't even know. So I thought, well, it would be a real nice achievement to kind of do it myself. And so yeah, I've probably given myself more work, but you know, I think it's nice to give, like, you know, I think it's comfortable when you write and then you think, oh, I'll get someone else to sort of, but it's like, well, like, what's the harm in sort of trying, I suppose. And like Sam, he recorded the drums recently. We had a session, and yeah, and he was like, well, you can just sort of get get it to a point and then just get someone to help, like tweak at the end. I was like, yeah, maybe that's what I need to do. So in a way, like it's helped me kind of, it gave me more time to like take a step back and be like, right, what do I actually like? How do I want to put this music across to people? And so in some ways it's been, you know, interesting with the time. But then in some cases it's like, yeah, maybe I've been overthinking it as well. So it's, yeah, it's hard to tell, isn't it? Like you have to just go with the flow and just trust your instincts, I think. Whoa.
Ooh. We could edit that out, or we could just keep it in. I don't mind. It's up to you.
I don't mind. It's like, ooh.
Phone fail. It must be nice to have a bit more sense of control over what you're doing, having the mixing aspects and things like that. Had you mixed stuff before in the past, or was it a new skill that you'd learned this year to mix all that stuff together?
I've mixed over the years, like different, like certain songs. I suppose like my album, my first album, I had like the demos, and then I worked with Rob Flynn, and yeah, he did a lot of the mixing, but I was obviously telling him, oh, that, you know, that frequency needs to come down. So like I was sort of part of the mixing process as well, but it's more like I was kind of more like being the boss, you know, telling, but then also he was doing things and I'll be like, oh yeah. So it's like, I suppose I am a bit of a control freak because it's so important, isn't it? Like you want to, like you have to feel the frequencies that, you know, that you know, you've got to be satisfied. And it's really hard when someone else is working on it. It takes me a while to even adjust to what they've done, because I'm like, I wouldn't have done that, you know. So I think I've always been scared about higher frequencies. So like, and like my voice being quite upfront, but I've learned now to like deal with that, and so I'm not really shy of that anymore. And I think that's what the second album's going to be, a bit more prominent with the highs, when before, if you like listen back, it's like quite all like mids, like very sort of like gentle. But yeah, now I'm like, I want to hurt people's ears. No, not really, but like a little bit, just like a little bit of tinnitus.
Finally, we're speaking at the end of 2020, and a lot of people have been talking about their albums of the year. What have you been listening to this year? Have you got any recommendations that you can give to us?
The first one is Actors. They are like a new discovery, and I absolutely love them, like so much. And yeah, I suppose, oh my God, my brain just goes blank, because I just keep seeing their name all the time.
Tell me more about Actors. I don't know them. What kind of sound is...
I suppose they're sort of 80s influence, post-punk from Canada. They're just brilliant. Like it sounds like, I don't know, it sounds like from that era basically. But the songs, you know, and the production is just so like, it's just banging, so banging.
There seems to be a real resurgence in post-punk. I've really noticed it this year. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure Idols have quite a lot to do with it, but we've had Fontaine's DC as well. There's this brilliant album by a band called Bambara, which I've loved, which is quite post-punky. An album by I Like Trains, which is and there's this real. It definitely feels like it's cycling back to that sound a little bit at the moment. There's a lot of post-punk stuff around at the moment. It's really good to see.
Have you heard of Sons? Sons from Belgium.
I don't know them, no.
That album is really good. I was listening to that at the beginning of the year.
Okay.
That's a brilliant album. So yeah, shout out to them. Definitely check them out. So apart from Actors, Jane Weaver and Blue Gas, who my friend Erin from Burning House, check them out. They're like heavy shoegaze.
That's right up my street.
Yeah. Oh, cool. Yeah. And their album is, really good tunes. And let me know what you think, actually, please. And he sent me a song by Ass, and then I listened to the other stuff. And then there was this other song called like Shadows from Nowhere. It's so good. Yeah, it's so good. So like that was like one of my songs of the year. Like it's amazing how you can just be sat there doing what you're doing. Someone sends you a song and then you're like, oh my God, this is like this is the song, one of the songs of the year.
That's feeling.
Yeah.
That's feeling. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Ruby, that's fantastic. Thank you so much. I'm really looking forward to watching your show, your stream. It'll be fine. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. Thank you very much for spending time with me today.
Woo! Wow, can you hear that studio audience making all that noise? Yeah, woo! Actually, no, that's you. That's you at home, and I hope that you are making as much noise as you can and jumping up and down in a kind of Top of the Pops audience styley. Talking of noise, actually, I've been advised there might be a few kind of slight issues with the levels of sound on the live stream. So if you're experiencing that, I apologise on behalf of the excellent technical team here, and they are on the case with working out how to fix that. So yeah, but at the moment it seems that the live stream levels have been directly connected to my levels of professionalism and remembering what the hell I am meant to be doing and who I'm introducing and when. So I feel partly responsible, and for that I apologise. But yeah, woo! Top of the Pop studio audience! So that's kind of what I'm doing here, bringing a bit of a Top of the Popsy vibe to proceedings, a bit of festivity, a bit of interaction. Actually, I kind of never quite sure which of the ex-Top of the Pops presenters have been disgraced or sort of fired off into the canon of U-Tree ignominy. So I'm actually going to be more of a Jules Holland. Yay! Woo! Welcome to Later with Jules Holland, and tonight it gives me great pleasure to introduce, with a special version of her greatest hits featuring yours truly on Boogie Woogie piano. That's okay, isn't it?
It will do. It will do.
Yeah, I mean, I can not. No, I'll let her play solo. I'll let her play solo. Tonight, I introduce to you Yumi And The Weather.
Okay.
Sorry.
Do I start now? Okay. Oh.
This drive straight into the fog. All I know is just his love. This could be the last road that I take. No time to go back or contemplate. Why does it feel so good to make a mistake? Let's drive straight into the fog. All I know is that I'm love. It will be the last road that I take. No time to go back or contemplate. Why does it feel so good to make a mistake? But as long as I'm feeling good, I'll stay here tonight. Try to keep my suffering happy. Can you tell I'm struggling today? Let's drive straight into the fog. All I know is I cannot love. When I thought I could, I lost my mind. I didn't have to worry through the night. I made no chance that I would survive. But as long as I'm feeling good, I'll stay here tonight. Try to keep my suffering happy. Can you tell I'm struggling today?
Thanks. Okay. Was supposed to have a drum and bassist today. They couldn't make it for unforeseen circumstances. So I've had to sort of quickly piece a set together. So hope you enjoy it, and look forward to next year when live music is hopefully back on track. So this one is called Maybe More.
Caught in the burning fire that's there in my heart. When we are close enough, I feel surrounded by the embers of hope, and feel the magic flow deep to the core. Are you that someone who's gonna love me just the same? Been more than they ever will. Who's gonna love me just the same? Been more than I ever will. I wanna love you just the same. Been more than they ever will. Please let me love you just the same. Maybe more, maybe more, maybe more. Maybe more, maybe more, maybe more. Maybe more, like a breeze in the summertime. It's always there, it's just not obvious to everyone that moves in and out of their dreams, while the rest find they are tied to the overground. Are you that someone who's gonna love me just the same? But more than they ever will. Who's gonna love me just the same? But more than I ever will. I wanna love you just the same. But more than they ever will. Please let me love you just the same. Maybe more, maybe more, maybe more. 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 Maybe more.
Okay, that's not supposed to happen. I don't usually use that loop pedal, so that was inevitable, really. Okay, so what have we got next? This song actually has never been performed ever to anyone. So you guys, you're witnessing something either very special or very epic failure. We'll just see, I suppose. Yes. Sorry, just going to tune up a little bit. Hope everyone's doing all right. Hope your heating's on and warm, and you're warm and cozy. Okay, let's give this a go. This song's called Spiderweb.
Spider webs inside my broken heart. It was waiting there right from the start. Why did loving you get so hard? We were close but felt like miles apart. I'm just going to do that because I actually can't remember the last bit. This set, as I was saying, this set was last minute, so forgive me if it's all a bit over the place. Okay, so let's pick it up a bit now, I think. So this song is from my latest EP that's come out. That came out a couple of weeks ago on Small Pond, and yeah, I hope you like it. It's called No More. Just got to tune up. Actually, Clit Drip, who are playing next, they did a remix of this song, and it's a banger. It's like futuristic goodness. So, definitely check it out. Especially when you're driving, it might make you go a bit faster. So make sure you look out for speed cameras. But I don't even know if they work. I don't know. They're probably just there. They don't even work, do they? I don't know. Okay. What am I doing? Oh, yeah. Oh, Lord. Okay, hang on a minute. Big shout out to Will and Keegan, because I'm missing you guys right now, but it's okay. Next year we'll play loads, hopefully.
Okay, nearly there, nearly there. Sorry, guys. Okay, let's give this a go. Okay. I'm just gonna go for it. Don't know what the future will bring, but it's alright. Gonna take it one day at a time. And when I'm alone in the darkness, I won't let it take me away. It's clear that yesterday's page has turned over. There'll maybe be no choice but to fight. I'll never run from the darkness, even if it takes me away. I might never see, and I might never know, so I ain't gonna hold back no more. You see, you'll never do always the way, so let's not ever hold back no more. We ever see ourselves the cards on the table, or only ever in stories ones that are told? I lay awake in the darkness, but at least there's a heart to hold. I might never see, and I might never know, so we ain't gonna hold back no more. You see, you'll never do always the way, so let's not ever hold back no more. I might never see, and I might never know, so we ain't gonna hold back no more. You see, you'll never do always the way, so let's not ever hold back no more. Thanks. Big shout out to Tess and Charlotte and everyone at my work. They're hopefully listening on the radio. And I forget that this is actually filmed. Hello, everyone, if you're seeing. Anyway, this is another song off my EP. One, two. Can I get more reverb, please? Okay.
tired of thoughts that keep on running around. 1 minute I'm up and then the next I'm down. I try to do things to keep passing the time, when all I wanna know is, are you mine? If I mean something, please let me know. Darling, do just this one thing for me. I know those 3 words can be hard to say, but I'm not expecting to hear them every day. We've only been together a short while, still finding ways to make each other smile. If I mean something, please let me know. Darling, do just this one thing for me. Go flowers, I just need reassurance. Please understand my heart. Oh, if I mean something, please let me know. Darling, do just this one thing for me. Darling, do just this one thing. Can be almost anything. So darling, do just this one thing for me, for me, for me, for me. Thank you. Just a quick tune up because yeah, just not sounding exactly in tune right now, but yeah. Actually, I should have put the cap on and then tune because I'm about to put a cap on. That's, yeah, it's just one of those things. Okay. It's so quiet and peaceful in here, and you know, there's just so many, like, everyone listening in, like, you're all in different environments, and it spins you out. Like, we're all kind of connected right now, but we're not aware of that. It's kind of quite cool in a way. But it's not ideal, but it's kind of cool. But yeah. Okay. Okay, this one's called Look at the Night. Look at the night open. I'm gonna tell you how I feel, and it will all be okay. Okay. Speak to the right person who's gonna help me through it all when it doesn't make sense. Hold on, I feel that my world could end, and you read me and understand that the night has taken my words away, and I know this 'cause can't hear what I say. Look how the night chooses us, so it's showing how it's done before we go on our way. Our way. Speak to the left person who thinks that it has all gone wrong, but it's only a few. Hold on, I feel that my world could end, and you read me and understand that the night has taken my words away, and I know this 'cause can't hear what I that the night has taken my words away, and I know this 'cause can't hear what I say. Thank you. What have I got left? Done that one. Okay, I think I've actually got one more for you guys. Yeah, apologies about, I know maybe some of you are expecting a full band, but not today. Another day. Hopefully next year. Currently working on a second album, and excited to finish and share with you. Yeah, really excited. And let's just try this song. This is another loop pedal one, so yeah, just try it anyway. That's not how it goes. Need to delete that bit. Okay, right. Okay, it's going all right so far.
not going to do that. It's just not sounding more nervous. Sorry. If there's I know. I'll do this one. I wasn't going to play it, but I'm just going to do a little bit and then call it a day. Sorry. My guitar keeps going out of tune today for some reason. Could be blame it on the weather. Blame it on the weather. Okay. Oh, that's why it was out of tune. Okay.
From another world, you looked in the soul, lighting up the doorway. Feeling that I would be riding on the sorrow when it pulled and tried to stay. Had to carry on, it might be forever. No, I've got a pride place. Feeling that I could, and it can be whatever. We don't leave without a trace. Now what's gonna be, and now's the time to show, lighting up the doorway. You step out of me, the only thing I know, it could come back suddenly. Swear I thought you heard, it could all mean nothing if you spend your time away. Everybody knew, trust I'm not a fool, we've all seen the light of day. How long, how long, how long, how long, how long must I wait? How long, how long, how long, how long, how long must I wait? Tend to what you feel, everything you love is lighting up the doorway. You could slip away before you even knew it was gonna happen naturally. Have nothing to prove, look at my expression, I've still got a pride to place. Doing that I could, it can be whatever, we don't leave without a trace. How long, how long, how long, how long, how long must I wait? How long, how long, how long, how long, how long must I wait? How long, how long, how long, how long, how long must I wait? How long, how long, how long, how long, how long must I wait? How long, how long, how long, how long,
Thank you. Thanks so much for listening. And stay tuned on the video because there's loads of bands coming up. So thanks so much for the Small Pond for having me. Bye.
Thank you so much to Yumi And The Weather. Where's my mic? It's on the ground. Consummate pro. Told you. Done this loads of times before. I said at the beginning. Thank you so much to Yumi And The Weather, one of my favourite artists in the whole wide world, and I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. She's a local local lady, Ruby Taylor, from round here in Brighton. And she has a full band, as I think she mentioned as well, so catch them another time. And her Some Days EP just came out recently, so make sure you check that out online, and there's going to be a whole new album in the new year. Cool. I feel like we're kind of, like, I'm warming into this relationship with you guys. It's almost, I realised it's kind of almost like a Zoom call, really, isn't it? Like, that's all it is. We don't need to be afraid of them anymore. We were earlier in the year, but we're not now, because we've done like 150, each of which lasted for an hour and a half, and were really great all the time. But yeah, Zoom's a bit of a cliche in this day and age, but, you know, we have to come to terms with it. We have to work through it. And there's always the person, isn't there, on the Zoom who forgets to turn their camera off at the end. And let's face it, it's sometimes me, it's sometimes you as well. I've seen you do it. It's always the person as well who's late and makes the excuses, the really bad excuses. And yeah, okay, sometimes that's me too, I'm going to admit. But, you know, you have to do what you got to do. We're living in a pandemic. Don't blame me, okay? But yeah, you're just like, oh God, sorry, I was so late. I was on a call with another client. It was just they were just taking so long. They just wouldn't. Yeah, it was so bad. But I got here in the end. I mean, there's always the subtext, isn't there? And it's always so lame. It's so lame. It's written in Comic Sans. And then you're like, oh, but you know, they just kept asking more and more questions, and I just couldn't, like, they were going on forever. There was a problem with one of their accounts, you see, and then yeah, like, it ended up just taking ages. So anyway, yeah, I'm really, really sorry that I'm late. Yeah, so I'm really sorry about that. And then obviously, like, oh God, typical. Then my internet was just like not working properly, and then I had to like go into the other room. So yeah, but here I am, and we're gonna have like a really productive chat. I'm just sure of it. So yeah, anyway, here I am, and here you are, and here we are. So and it's great, and we really thank you for tuning in and staying with us. We've got loads more bands. We'll soon be showing you some more messages from our kindly sponsors as well. Yeah, and then obviously on the other side of that, we've got the amazing Clit Drip. So, you know, you're not going to be disappointed, I think. Yeah, I think this Zoom chat's gone pretty well. So, yeah, great. We'll see you on the other side. Oh, my God. Seriously. Oh God, hang on, let me just, bye! I kill for nothing, always have, always will. I kill for nothing, always have, always will. Probably off the sweat of one another, buying our fears and our hate for each other.
Hi, I'm Joy from Omni, and I'm here to tell you about an exciting course we're running in collaboration with Small Pond Studios called Engineering Equality. A shocking 5% of record producers are women, so this course is aiming to address that, demystify music tech, and show that those of any gender can take part. So we really encourage you to apply. If you're a woman or trans person, you can be of any experience level also. Whether you're an artist, a musician, or a complete novice, please apply. Hopefully see you soon.
Do you remember that first gig? Maybe you were dragged there by your mates, or it came at the end of a very long wait. To see that band, and it felt so good to stand shoulder to shoulder with others who understood. Your heart swelled, and you felt accepted for who you were. It gave you the confidence to pick up that pen that mic, or that guitar. And our towns and cities are peppered with these special places, amazing hidden spaces tucked high above pubs, or nested down twisty stairs, venues with posters on the wall that say, "It's okay, be you, do what you want with your hair." What might look like just a door on the street is actually a portal to a cathedral, elastic with dreams, offering a togetherness you can't manufacture. That lyric that echoes your thoughts so exactly. And the two kids in the same t-shirt whose gaze just catches. And our houses are full of the music that was made here. We make playlists packed with it for the births of our babies. Because live music heals. Sweat might fall as rain from the ceiling. But we stand rooted where we stood, just feeling. Knowing we've glimpsed the other side, and how many ways there are to be beautiful in this life. And the UK's reputation as one of the world's leading music innovators hinges on these liminal spaces. There'd be no Beatles, no Bowie, no Massive Attack, without the live music venues to try stuff out. And yeah, we've got a £5.2 billion a year music industry. But how do you pollinate something without any bees? So we're asking the government to do the right thing, to support us now, so we can delay opening. Then, when it's safe, with a full heart we can throw open the doors again and say, "Come on in, let the music play."
This is the modular synth. It's hard to explain. It's taken me years to figure out myself. The possibilities that you can make are just endless. There is an infinite amount of ways you can plug it in, rewire it.
Is basically like a box with a load of other boxes in it.
It's a house, basically. There's like different people in each room, and they're all doing different jobs.
And you can make them talk to each other. They're all working together on this one project, which is like my project, basically.
So this is the oscillator, and this is what makes the sound. Controllable by that. So you can choose what pitch you want, basically. Like inaudible or audible, or like painful. It just generates sound all the time. So if we plug the oscillator straight into the mixer and we'll hear sound, we can plug in the other side and we'll hear two tones matched together. At the moment we're just hearing the waves come straight out of the oscillator, but there's no way that we can sort of interact with them like musically, so we need a way that we can like tell it what to do, basically. So let's plug in this sequencer and then gate 1, and that will start to fire that going. So at the moment that's just going 1, 1, 1, 1. That's basically like me going on a keyboard like that. So we can put another step in. Now we've got a 4-step sequence. Let's change the pitch of step 4. We've still got the second side of that, like droning over the top, so we can make a new part, if you like, or a new like riff to go over the top. Doing exactly what I've done on that side, but just repeating it. So let's change the pitch of that because it sounds a bit naff. So you basically just choose what note you want to put in. Okay, so we've got some rhythms going on now, like 2 different rhythms happening at the same time, which is already just sounds good, I think. we're just going to route it through 2 filters now. So now we're controlling the sound with just filters. And then we can put some more steps in. So now the waves are coming out of here and they're going through this, and they're now going into these 2 things, which I can control the filter frequency of, basically. But it's all being controlled by this guy over here who just sits in the background pulling the strings. Me. Me. There is a whole nerdy side to it. There's a lot of people that use this just to experiment with, really, and just to make interesting sounds with, and don't have the intention of making something musical with it. The way that I wanted to use it was make it musical, because it's so easy to just get lost in a world of chaotic noise.
Hey everyone, this is Renfrey Deadman here from the Right Act podcast, sitting down for a lovely Zoom chat with the delightful, one-of-a-kind Annie Dorrit from Clit Drip. Annie, how are you today?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm very well. Very happy to be talking to you. You guys have released your debut album this year, Without the Eyes, a absolutely stellar debut album. What has been the reaction? Have you been pleased with the reaction so far?
Yeah, it's been really good. Everyone's really enjoyed it. I'm glad about that. We're kind of still riding off of the release of it and the reviews of it. We're just hoping to play again soon. So, but I guess it's what's happening at BadPond, so that'll be nice. Even if it's a live stream, it'll still be nice just get on a stage again, and be able to kind of play those songs live.
It's been a really weird time. I mean, it's certainly a weird time to release a debut album, but it's been a really weird time for all sorts of musicians and stuff like that, and all sorts of creative types. Has it proved to be a creative time for the band, or has everything that's happened this year put a kibosh on any kind of creative ideas or any writing for a second record, or how has that been for you?
We were lucky enough during lockdown to kind of have a residency at one of our rehearsal studios. So we had a month to kind of just write and kind of work in the workplace. So that's been really nice. We've come up, it was a little hard at moments, but we've come up with a few new tracks. So, we're thinking about kind of what to do with it next. I think we're just kind of waiting and sitting on everything this year, though, because it's kind of hard to figure out what the right move is. But no, we've been pretty productive, so we're really thankful for that.
Cool. Did you manage to play any shows before everything got locked down, or have you played any socially distanced shows since? Have you managed to play at all this year?
We did one for the Live is Alive at the Brighton Dome. So it was the charity show for all the venues.
That was a Halloween show, right?
Yeah, it was on Halloween. It was really fun. It was with Sick Door and Projector and D-Mob, and it was pretty wild to be on the Dome stage, but it was quite strange. Everyone sitting down, but it was still really nice. It felt like a little win right before lockdown again.
But that must have been an odd. I mean, Clit Drip don't sort of. Well, Clit Drip, I want to get up and dance, dance to these apocalyptic electro-punk sounds, and obviously you're not able to do that. So was that quite a weird environment to play in?
A little bit. It was I think I was quite nervous. We haven't played it in so long. It was just like, oh, okay, here we are. Bit of a weird environment, but I think everyone's just so happy to be playing on a stage in front of people and to hear someone kind of clap at the end of a song. So we're quite happy about that.
Validation, finally.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
Were there any shows pre-shutdown, pre-lockdown as well this year?
That feels like so long ago.
It does, doesn't it?
I can't remember the last Clit Drip show that we did. I think we did a little mini baby tour with in Technicolor.
I think you did actually. I think I saw you at the Black Art. Yeah.
Yes. So that was the last one we did with them, and then I actually put on a charity event. I think the week before lockdown at the Prince Albert for the Survivors Network. I put on a solo show, and I did a solo gig and kind of had some people play, and that was really, really lovely. That was like a really wholesome night before lockdown happened.
Awesome. Can you tell me a little bit more about the Survivors Network?
Yeah, so it's a domestic. Well, it's a charity for sexual assault survivors, and it's in Brighton, and I kind of did it just because I don't know. I figured why not do this is kind of the best way to be able to donate or kind of raise money towards it, and we ended up having a really nice big amount, and it was like a really lovely night. Yeah, it's a little emotional, but it was good.
Yeah, I can imagine. All three members of Clit Drip come from quite different backgrounds and different parts of the music scene and so on and so forth. So can you go into a little bit about how the three of you got together?
We got together at university. I'd seen Scott's band, Science of Eight Limbs, play before. Before at a show. I don't think I knew him or knew he was in my year. And I was like mesmerized by his little pedal board madness going on.
It's the size of a table.
It is. It's the size of a table. The size of a bed, a small child's bed. A lot of lights going on there too. Just still don't know what's happening, but it's fine. It's part of the mystery. But yeah, so met Scott. We talked, had a little bond over music, and then I realized that he was in my year at BIM, and so was Daphne, and we'd seen Daphne kind of play one day, and kind of just banging out on the drums. We're like, oh, there she is, that's the one, let's get her in. And yeah, it kind of worked from there. We were really lucky that it worked so well.
I think part of what makes, I think very few bands have a very distinct sound, particularly on their debut album. But Without the Eyes, I feel if you put it on, you can immediately get a sense that this is Clit Drip, this is your sound. And I think maybe that comes from the three of you having very, very different backgrounds. We've spoken before, you have, you listen to, generally you tend to listen to you were talking about musicals that you like and things like that, and Annie DeFranco and Peaches and stuff like that, a lot of singer-songwriters and stuff like that. Do you think that combination of bringing that into all the other different elements that Scott and Daphne bring as well is what brings that quite unique sound to what you do?
For sure. I think it's like a nice way of being we all have very different music tastes and very different upbringings, as far as music. But we all give each other the space, and time to kind of, I don't know, be like, okay, this is what you do, this is what I do. No one's kind of steps over each other. It's just a really nice blend. So that, yeah, it's nice, if that makes sense. Yeah, I know it's kind of nuts. But yeah, there's definitely it's all kind of, I feel like it's all very individually split, if that makes sense. Yeah,
it creates a very unique, identifiable sonic stew, I would say, in my journalistic manner. We're coming to the end of this year. When this goes up, this will be good. We'll have 11 days left of the year. What kind of albums have been soundtracking your 2020 isolation madness?
I've been rinsing Laura Marling's Song for Her Daughter. That's definitely my number one. Spotify told me to.
That's a great album. That is such a wonderful album.
Just beautiful.
Yeah.
It really hit hard too. There's some of the lyrics and songs and kind of themes throughout it. Phoebe Bridgers' Punisher. I just, I'm a sucker for Phoebe. I'm not gonna lie. Even a little Christmas EP that popped out, I'm like, oh god.
Oh my goodness, yes. Oh, so Phoebe Bridgers just released this Christmas EP. There's a couple of Christmas Carol covers and stuff like that, and it's just the most beautiful, melancholy Christmas EP I've ever heard of. It's so sad.
I am so sad. I keep being like, can we play this? And they're like, no, it's sad. And I'm like, I know, but it's great.
I promise you, come Christmas Day, I'm going to be here by myself, having my turkey, listening to that and crying. And I'm happy about that. I'm super happy about that.
Why doesn't all the lonely show in the distance? The sky gets bigger, far through the houses. Wish I could see above my house. From your house, what's the background of my new life? What's the background of my...
mountains like the licorice highway, gone dark again. The day I die, I hope the sun's white teeth are shining.
Hey, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed that little interview with Annie from Clit Drip, or if you've heard them played on the radio, you may think that their name is pronounced CLTDRP. But yeah, interesting to find out a bit more about them. They're from Brighton as well. Well, not from Brighton, they're based here, but they're from all over the shop. Yeah, while you were watching that interview, I was listening to their sound check, so I'll have a ringing in my ears probably for the next 3 weeks. But yeah, I really hope that you enjoy their set. They're so much cooler than I am, and I wish I was as cool as them, but I'm not, so I'm just going to get off and hand the stage over to Clit Drip.
It might make you ashamed of me, and I know it's not all your fault. I make mistakes, and I'm sure that you do too. And I appreciate all your hard work, and I respect the fact that you put us first. And I wish you asked me more questions, and I wish you answered more of mine. Cause you are stubborn and you are silent. And I am stubborn, but I'm not quiet. And I'm a mother and we both know it. Still angry, but learning to control it. And I'm privileged. enough to hide it. And I'm sorry for all the times I lied, 'cause I'm still learning how to tell the truth. 'Cause the truth is tricky for people like me and you. I don't think you meant to cause anyone pain. We're just trying to figure out what our truth means. 'Cause I can see that you're trying and I'm trying too. I hope that one day I'll be more like you. I hope that one day I'll be more like you. 'Cause I'm proud of you and I hope you're proud of me too. I like father. I like daughter. I'm not submissive, just pretended to be, for the sake of whatever you and me means. Your lipstick stains on your collared shirt, your boy in the background promising you it won't hurt. You're painting walls red as can be. I mocked you for life, now stay away from me. I'd let you try so I could strip you of your meat. Like a T-bone steak, I'd hate to lick it clean. The demons weep as they call out for me. I've started to serve and I've started to show my teeth. we're not all the same. I'm sure the words coming out my mouth, I cannot bite when you break me down. A cutthroat can't call him out. I was hoping that we could find some common ground. Keep expecting you to change your ways. All I ever wanted was some simple foreplay. Pennies for your thoughts, I'll try and behave. What you wanna be? Seashells in the seashore and the seesaw, sucking the soul out of me, like my childhood memories. Seashells in the seesaw and the seesaw, sucking the soul out of me, childhood memories. Keep talking, watch yourself. I know you're not good for my mental health and all. Anxiety when it's running through your veins. You wanna talk like we're not all the same. Being a woman is unforgiving. It's a role playing, it's a cost of living. You play a smile and you're seldom nice. You take a whip but you never hold a knife. Seashells in the seashore and the seesaw, sucking the soul out of me, like my childhood memory. Seashells on the seashore, seesaw, sucking the soul out of me, like my childhood memories. Seashells on the seashore and the seesaw, sucking the soul out of me, like my childhood memories. Seashells on the seashore and the seesaw, sucking the soul out of me, like my childhood memories. Seashells in the seashore and the seesaw, sucking the soul out of me, like my childhood memories. Seashells in the seashore and the seesaw, sucking the soul out of me, like my childhood memories. Seashells in the seashore and the seesaw, sucking the soul out of me, like my childhood memories. Seashells in the seashore and the seesaw, you're sucking the life out. You're sucking all the life out. Seashells, seesaw. Oh, you're sucking what? Sucking all the life out. Seashells, seesaw. Sucking all the seashells. Seashells in the seashore and the seesaw, sucking the soul out of me, like my childhood memories. Seashells in the seashore and the seesaw, sucking the soul out of me. Kill for nothing, always have, always will. I kill for nothing, always have, always will. You're like a dog when you lay down to rest, wounded by disloyalty you thought you knew best. I kill for nothing, always have, always will. I kill for nothing, always have, always will. I lick the tears straight from your eyes. Crying is useless when you're trying to stay alive. Oh, I kill for nothing, always have, always will. Oh, I kill for nothing, always have, always will. You try to empathize. always have, always will. Rubbing off the sweat of one another, buying our fears and our hateful each other. What do you care for? I kill for nothing. What do you kill for? You kill for nothing. And I feel it alone when I breathe it out. And I feel it alone when I breathe it out. You're like a dog when you lay down and die. You do anything just to stay alive. I kill for nothing, always have, always will. Oh, I kill for nothing, always have, always will. I try to empathize, you never could. Child, but choose to stay. What do you kill for? Oh, I kill for nothing. What do you kill for? I kill for nothing. Deep down inside. Deep down inside. Deep down inside. Oh, I kill for nothing. What do you kill for? What do you kill for? We got 3 more for you. Where the boys are. Merry Christmas and do not support J.K. Rowling. Communication is key. Well, that's what they tell me. Communication is key. To try and connect with your friends and your family. They say open your mouth more. I try to speak, but they never let me. They say open your mouth more. I try to speak, but they never let me. Why don't they let me? I try to speak, but they never let me. They say, do you wanna be her? Well, they say, do you wanna be her? Well, I don't wanna be her. Oh, I pray to God I'm nothing like her. Oh, I swear to God I'm nothing like her. I'll never be like her. Peaches taught me to fuck the pain away. Peaches taught me to come out and play. Peaches taught me to like kinky shit, have fuzzy spots on my crotch, make him deal with it. Honey taught me never settle for less. What is it to him to never bend my breath? She taught me how to use both of my hands. She taught me properly how to handle loose. He just told me that it's okay to scream. I like him better when he's down on his knees. I wanna feel good, just like you always said. But this time you're gonna learn how to use your hips. I love that Tommy never settled for less. Listen to him and never bend my breast. She taught me how to use both of my hands. She taught me probably how to challenge a man. Oh, I wanna be with the boys are. It's not subjective. Oh, I wanna be where the boys are. God help me, second wave feminists. Oh, I wanna be where the boys are. Don't understand me. Oh, I wanna be where the boys are. Oh, I fucking earned it. Where are the boys? Don't we deserve it? Oh, I fucking earned it. Don't we deserve it? Speak to my fat. I said speak to my knees. Speak to my pussy, tell me, what do you see? I don't fuck with internalized misogyny. Read my mouth. You don't own me. My mother said straight ahead. A Red Riding Hood ended up dead. Well, there ain't no huntsman to cut me out. Just a bunch of wolves trying to stick a dick in my mouth. Oh, I don't want your pictures. I don't need your advice. I'm fine, thank you very much. It's not my job to be nice. Creation! What have we done? Speak to my belly. Just speak to my eyes. Speak with your tongue while I wrap you in between my thighs. Oh, I'll crush your skull and then I'll watch you cry. Any last words? No, I don't smile. Oh, mother said, can you stand up straight? Mother said, sit you to behave. Mother said, can you watch your mouth? Well, look at me now, Mom. Mother said, can you try and behave? Mother said, don't run his way. Mother said, you can do it alone. We know how to fight. Creation! What have we done? Creation! What have we done? Speak to mine. Speak to mine. Speak to mine. Speak to. Speak to mine. Speak to mine. Speak to mine. Speak to. Speak to my fat. I said speak to my knees. Speak to my. Fuck you. I know what you see. What's it? Speak to my pussy. I know what you like. Mother said you can stand up straight, hun. We know how to fight. Mother said, can you stand up straight? Mother said, sit you to behave. Mother said, can you watch your mouth? Well, look at me now, Mom. Mother said, can you try me? Mother said, don't run his way. Mother said, we can do it alone. I know how to fight. Creation! walk with a friend, but he stares at your waist. Torn fingernails for chewing out the aftertaste. Sometimes your words are there. Sometimes your steps there. Sometimes your words are there. Sometimes it's alright. They say I'm vulgar just for the attention. You're hooking the savior to reacting to the tension. I don't laugh, I don't fight over dinner. Swore you're the stain and hope that you get thinner. He hasn't scared like you pretended to be. All it took is one heavy hand on her knee. Not that bad, I can see in his cheeks. Oh, I friend who would take another lead. Sometimes you're worth nothing. Sometimes you're seasick. Sometimes you're worth something. Sometimes it's I don't wanna be just another woman with a bad man telling me I'm under his feet. Oh, I don't wanna be just another woman with a bad man telling me I'm under his feet. My body, my rules, my time. I'm just another woman in a day, in a day. I don't wanna be, I'm just another woman. Tell a bad man that he's under my feet. Sometimes you're worth something. Sometimes you're so shit. Sometimes you're worth nothing. Sometimes this is all there is. Sometimes I'm worth something. Sometimes I'm still shit. Sometimes I'm worth nothing. And sometimes this is all there is. Is this all there is? Is this all there is? Is this all there is? I need a dream. Is this all there is? Is this all there is? Is this all there is? I need a dream. Is this all there is? Is this all there is? Is this all there is? I need a dream. Is this all there is? Is this all there is? Is this all there is? I need a dream. Is this all there is? Is this all there is? Always is now. Is there is? Is there all there is? There is now. Is this all there is now? Is this all there is now? Is this there is? There all is? There is? There is? There is? Sometimes I'm worth nothing. Sometimes I'm some shit. Sometimes I'm with something. Sometimes this is all there is. I'm worth nothing. It's an honest.
Hi again. Hey, wow, okay, cool. If you saw some weird, awful shapes being thrown behind that black curtain over there, that was me having a solo mosh. So, yeah, that was Click Trip. I told you they were really cool. And then next up, we've got gender roles after a brief advertising break and interview break. But yeah, so gender roles are another Brighton band. We do have bands on who aren't from Brighton, but we have so many amazing bands in Brighton that it would be rude not to put quite a few of them on today. Click Trip, Annie, Daphne, and Scott. Did you get a look at Scott's pedal board? Because it's quite something. So if not, hopefully there'll be some kind of like outtakes of like 45 minutes where Scott just like talks you through that or something. But yeah, So we're going to go to a word. Actually, talking of Brighton, I just want to say the whole crew here today are from Brighton. So we've got the engineers, Leon and Aoife, and all the crew from Wild Stag filming it, and then all the Small Pond lot who are all Brighton peeps. Can't believe I just said that as well. Woo! So sorry if that hurt your ears, me whooping into the mic. But yeah, everyone here is really great, and you should all move here, but after the pandemic. So yeah, we're going to scooch on over to the ad break and a little interview of gender roles, and then we'll be back with you with gender roles set. Bye!
We're Wall of Sound PR, and we've been helping independent artists get their music heard since 2012. We like punk and indie rock, experimental and instrumental music, Sometimes we like it heavy. But really, we just love discovering all kinds of great new music and shouting loud about it. As musicians ourselves, we've been there. We understand what it takes to make a record and also what it takes to promote one. With us, respect for our clients and a genuine love of their music comes first. We can help you find your voice, your story, and your audience. Whether it's online, in print press, on the radio, or on the top streaming services, we can help you to get your music, event, or company in front of the right people. Plus, with our new digital marketing services, we can take the hassle out of social media management and advertising, letting you get on with what matters the most, the songs. We're Wall of Sound PR, and music is what we live for. How about you?
Always have, always will. Profiting off the sweat of one another, buying into our fears and our hate for each other.
Do you remember that first gig? Maybe you were dragged there by your mates, or it came at the end of a very long wait. To see that band, and it felt so good to stand shoulder to shoulder with others who understood. Your heart swelled, and you felt accepted for who you were. It gave you the confidence to pick up that pen, that mic, or that guitar. And our towns and cities are peppered with these special places, amazing hidden spaces tucked high above pubs, or nested down twisty stairs, venues with posters on the wall that say, "It's okay, be you, do what you want with your hair." What might look like just a door on the street is actually a portal to a cathedral, elastic with dreams, offering a togetherness you can't manufacture. That lyric that echoes your thoughts so exactly, and the two kids in the same t-shirt whose gaze just catches. And our houses are full of the music that was made here. We make playlists packed with it for the births of our babies. Because live music heals. Sweat might fall as rain from the ceiling, but we stand rooted where we stood, just feeling, knowing we've glimpsed the other side, and how many ways there are to be beautiful in this life. And the UK's reputation as one of the world's leading music innovators hinges on these liminal spaces. There'd be no Beatles, no Bowie, no Massive Attack, without the live music venues to try stuff out. And yeah, we've got a £5.2 billion a year music industry. But how do you pollinate something without any bees? So we're asking the government to do the right thing, to support us now, so we can delay opening. Then, when it's safe, with a full heart we can throw open the doors again and say, "Come on in, let the music play."
Plane crashing, plane landing, all depends on how you've planned it. I hope you get to where you were going. The bright lights, the warm feeling, the colours in a burning building, replaced with singing children. Well, good morning, you good night. You're as sweet as a butcher's knife in the Ezekiel bread pudding of life. Hello friends, how have you been? Surreptitiously celebrating, cutting the ribbon on the sky's first opening night. Don't call me Susan, don't call me late for dinner. If you get angry. We never belong to each other. Moon landing, space traffic, string theory, having backstage passes. We get further away from who we are.
Among other things, this year we released great records from We Were Promised Jetpacks, Fini Caruana, Into It Over It, Cursive, In Technicolor, Me Rex, Orchards, Owen, Delta Sleep, Oceanator, Jamie Lenman, The Gloria Record, The Fall of Troy, Laura Jane Grace, Illuminati Highs, I Am the Avalanche, and The Winter Passing. That's a lot of records, and they're all great.
Hello, everybody. Renfrey Deadman here from the Riot Act podcast, speaking to you for BadPond Festival. And I'm happy to say that I'm joined by Jared from the band Gender Roles. How are you doing, man?
Hey, man. Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, all good. How you doing?
Yeah, very, very well. Very happy to be talking to you. A lot of the bands that I have spoken to for these BadPond interviews so far have had an album coming out this year. But you guys were kind of mid-album cycle for Prang, which came out last year in August. So how has this year affected your plans in the middle of an album cycle?
Yeah, I mean, we were originally supposed to be putting our next album out. It would have been out by now, pretty much.
Ah, damn. Okay.
But obviously, we just pushed everything back. Yeah, we've just been writing this whole time, basically. Which has kind of worked out really well for us because we've just spent so much more time just in the writing process and just like getting those songs down like perfectly. So yeah, it's gone really well. I mean,
it has proved to be a very creative time for you guys.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah,
that's great.
Yeah, and I think we're going to continue to do that into next year.
Cool.
Yeah, and then record sort of early. Yeah, like January, February sort of time.
Okay, amazing, cool. Has there been a lot of refining of songs this year and kind of getting them to an even more sort of epic state before they get into the studio?
Yeah, definitely. Like I said, we've just like we've kind of just been writing like every day pretty much since lockdown, and yeah, it's just really good. We've got like a lot of songs going on at the moment.
Good.
So
good to hear.
Yeah, a lot to look forward to.
Amazing, cool. How did the three of you get together?
Fucking hell. It was like, sorry, I just swore then. I don't know if we're.
That's fine. Yeah, you can swear. You can say what you like.
Okay, cool. Yeah, we've been playing since early 2016. I think we met each other in like 2015. At some party, and then since then we've just like just been playing. Yeah, it's all like a massive blur to me now. But late 2015 is when we like first started playing together.
Okay,
and then,
cool.
We started playing like gigs in like 2016 at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've kind of just like gone up the ranks since then, which is good.
That's awesome, man. And then you released Prang last year, which is such a fucking great record. It was actually Brady from Conjurer who told me about it. I must have been around this time last year. We were talking about albums of the year, and he said that his favourite album of the year was this Gender Roles album, Prang. And like, he's in this really heavy band. I thought it was going to be something like Cannibal Corpse or something.
Yeah.
But no. I'm like, all right, Brady, whatever. And then I get onto the Bandcamp and I see the cover. I'm like, I'm definitely not convinced by this. But then I press play on it and I was like, oh, fuck me, I see where he's coming from. So, but one of the songs on there, Always, I think it's called, I believe that was the starting point for the album coming together. What was it about that song that sort of became a catalyst for the other songs on the record?
I don't know. For me, that's my favourite song on the album. I think what I like about it is that it's got a guitar solo, which I don't think any of the others do, really. No, a solo like that. That's probably like, this is the part of the solo happens.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if that was the first one we did. I think the first one on the album is You Look Like Death, which I think is actually the first one we started writing.
You've actually been out on the road with our headliner, Mr. Jamie Lenman, in the past. How was that experience?
I see the poster behind you.
Yeah, hello.
I mean, that was like a real goal for me because I've been a massive fan of his since like day one. Like since we've been a band, like he's been a massive influence on me. I always listen to Ruben.
Yeah.
That album in particular, Behind You, but that's from. I fucking love that.
Yeah.
The double sort of disc thing where it's like half heavy, half like acoustic.
Yeah, Muscle Memory. Fantastic record, yeah.
Yeah, big fan of his. So I was like starstruck when I met him.
Yeah.
The other two were as well. It's just like pretty surreal.
Yeah, that's cool, man.
It's really
He's
cool.
a cool dude. He's a cool dude.
Yeah,
He's a
man.
nice guy.
Yeah.
We're coming to the end of 2020, and whilst it's been a crappy year for most of us, there has been a lot of great music this year. Can you run through a few of the bands or albums that have been soundtracking this year for you?
Yeah. There's a band called Bad Nerves, which I guess you could say is kind of similar to us. They're quite, it's just like fast-paced punk music, basically. They look like the Ramones. But, they play like really catchy tunes. I'm a massive fan of theirs. Bombo Bicycle Club, they put an album out at the beginning of the year, which is really cool. Yeah, Kelp Attack, which is kind of like thrashy music. It's like really fucking, I don't know, it makes you want to fucking party. It's like really cool. I think Microwave had an album out. Oh no, that was last year.
It was last year, but what an album. What a brilliant record. That was one of my favourite albums of last year. Death is a Warm Blanket, I think it's called.
Exactly, yeah. It's so fucking heavy.
Yeah,
heavy.
It really is. Heavy. Yeah.
Really cool. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for joining me, Jared. It's been a real pleasure to talk to you. Gender Roles are about to play their live stream in just a moment. Stick around.
Hey again, friends. I wonder if any of you are the same friends that I made earlier on. Hopefully so, and you're sticking with us all day. Gender Roles just asked in the background there, what's your favourite jam? Mine, well, it just depends what I'm having it with. With peanut butter and the peanut butter and jam sandwich, I'll probably go raspberry. But then, like, on a croissant, I'm going to go curveball and say apricot. Anyway, that's the important stuff covered. So we should probably crack on and let Gender Roles bring you their very noisy brand of pop punk or something. Let's go with that. Yeah, very noisy brand of pop punk. Gender Roles!
How it is, didn't explain, God, just boring. It's so important to see where it's going. Hands out, fall with a small. Yeah, let's see where you get. Let's see how you waste it. And I see it, oh God, I see it. I step into the deep end. I don't even wanna know. Fuck up and throw away. Didn't explain, cause you forgot it already. Cannot exceed, bruises to look. Missing a piece, but he's making it work. Let's see how he does. Let's see how he goes on. And I see it, oh God, I see it. I'm stepping in the deep end. Yeah, I don't even wanna know. I'm not sleeping on the moon. 'Cause I'm just fucked up and gone. pressure, I'm making it worse. I am the pressure, I am the pressure, I'm making it worse. I've been in the deep end. You don't even wanna know. I'm not sleeping on a weekend. It's on this fucked up and go. Welcome to the Pleasure Dome! They're so far away, you're barely in the picture. Don't move so far away, 'cause what if I need my seed? I barely know him. The telltale signs of stress, and you look like call it up, spit it out, speak up now. Let me see the words from your mouth. You look like death. You look like death. You look like that. Speak to me that way when we started talking. Don't look at me that way, 'cause I taught you better, my sweetheart. You barely know him. The telltale signs and stress, and you look like
We did it. Everyone pretend that didn't happen.
Yeah, that's right. If you are listening at home, and you're like, wait a minute, and then your mate was like, no, it came out on the first release, it's an old one. You can turn to your mate and say, no, mate, that was a new one. And that's a fact. Tell you what another fact is. Blackcurrant jam is the best. Blackcurrant. No. Bacon jam. You want some onion chutney for that, you bastard. Right, I'm ready to do the other new one. Oops, I didn't mean to say that. On the block. so wide, I'm so proud. I am so clever in a suit and tie. So useless, no hope, there's no antidote. Lazy bones, no future. I'm so tired, chasing fools going in the cloud, wearing my headlight. 'Cause I go away instead. Look at me, Father, I'm penniless and stressed. Need help, get up and can't get dressed. So why are you so proud? I am so clever in a suit and tie. There's no hope, there's no antidote. Lazy bones, no future. I'm so tired, chasing fools going in the crowd, wearing my headlight. 'Cause I go away instead. I'm so tired, chasing fools going in the crowd, wearing my headlight. 'Cause I go away instead. Oh yeah, that's right, it happened again. 2 in a row. Happy Saturday. Thank you for watching. I don't know who I'm speaking to, but I'm sure you're safe. Big up the people watching on the internet. Big up the people who made this happen. Huh? Magic, that one, isn't it? This one's an oldie but a goodie. Here. They say you're at it again, and who even cares what they think? I don't even know them. I'm feeling different. I don't know this person, and I feel sorry for you. Those teeth and that look, I feel sorry for you, and I feel sorry for you. Don't you know I've waited just to ask where have you been? And now you show up uninvited and take everything. Tell me what's I down my throat. Tell me everything I know. Tell me one more time I'm right. They say you're at it again, and yet I started to believe them. 'Cause look at the state you're in. I'm feeling different. I don't know this person, and I feel sorry for you. Those teeth and that look, I feel sorry for you, and I feel sorry for you. Don't you know I've waited just to ask where have you been? Now you show up uninvited and take everything. Tell your words are down my throat. Tell me everything I know. Tell me one more time I'm right. is good, isn't it? Jared, what's your favourite number between 1 and 3?
Oh, I wanted to say 6, but you didn't let me.
Yeah, you can't have that one. That's a naughty
I guess
number.
it'd be 3, yeah.
3?
It's a magic number, isn't it?
You're getting old. Cool. Right, we're going to do some older ones. I'm going to say older. I forgot when they came out. Are you ready? Are your ears working? Are you ready? Have you stopped moaning?
I've got evil on my lips, got the trouble in my chest, and I feel it coming out every time I open my mouth. And I need to get the good in, find the place that it's been hiding. Smiling for now, always smiling for now.
that was out of tune. Okay, we got the two left. See you later, squeaky noise. Yeah, thanks so much for watching. There's bare people fucking gonna play, and they're all amazing. Everything's been amazing so far. Everyone that's fucking been here since yesterday, been here since this morning, sorting everything out. You're all a bunch of legends. I'll give it to you if you want it. When I stopped right there, was the last time we spoke, I even saw each other. And I can't remember where I stopped right there. Was the last time we shared the same room, just to swap halfway through. Crush it up and put it in my drink. Let's go somewhere quiet and I'll tell you what I think about her. Crush it up and put it in my drink. Let's go somewhere quiet and I'll tell you what I think about her. Hey there, brother. Yeah, your arms getting louder. In your head, in your head, in your head. Hey there, brother. You need a hand, just give me the look. Don't make it, don't make it. Crush it up and put it in my drink. Let's go somewhere quiet and I'll tell you what I think about her. About her. Crush it up and put it in my drink. Let's go somewhere. About her. Crush it up and put it in my drink. Let's go somewhere quiet and I'll tell you what I think about her. About her, oh motherfucker! Let's go somewhere quiet and I'll tell you what I think about her.
Hi. Hope I'm in shot. Wow, okay, well, if Clip Drip didn't have you smashing up your living rooms in a massive circle pit, then I think Gender Roles probably will have finished it off. So yeah, if you've got any pictures of your living rooms or wherever you are totally wrecked, then put them on the BadPond or the Small Pond social media, and maybe we'll have a competition to see who trashed their house the best. But maybe not yet, because like we've still got loads more noise to come. So yeah, that was Gender Roles. They were amazing. Thanks, guys. And we're going to be bringing you 4 more amazing acts. 4 more acts. Just a little bit of call and response with the band there, which is fine. It's fine. Fine to join in. And yes, we've got 4 more acts. We've got Orchards, A.A. Williams, St. Agnes, and Jamie Lenman. But before all of that, we're going to give you some more little ads, information, and bits and bobs, an interview with Renfrey from Right Act Podcast, which, if you haven't ever listened to it before, is great. So yeah, I'm going to just get lost and see you in a little bit. Bye.
But the way I'm traveling and never find my house again.
Hi, I'm Joy from Omni, and I'm here to tell you about an exciting course we're running in collaboration with Small Pond Studios called Engineering Equality. A shocking 5% of record producers are women, so this course is aiming to address that, demystify music tech, and show that those of any gender can take part. So we really encourage you to apply. If you're a woman or trans person, you can be of any experience level also. Whether you're an artist, a musician, or a complete novice, please apply. Hopefully see you soon.
Hi, we're Wall of Sound PR, and we've been helping independent artists get their music heard since 2012. We like punk and indie rock, experimental and instrumental music, and sometimes we like it heavy. But really, we just love discovering all kinds of great new music and shouting loud about it. As musicians ourselves, we've been there. We understand what it takes to make a record and also what it takes to promote one. With us, respect for our clients and a genuine love of their music comes first. We can help you find your voice, your story, and your audience. Whether it's online, in print press, on the radio, or on the top streaming services, we can help you to get your music, event, or company in front of the right people. Plus, with our new digital marketing services, we can take the hassle out of social media management and advertising, letting you get on with what matters the most, the songs. We're Wall of Sound PR, and music is what we live for. How about you?
Do you remember that first gig? Maybe you were dragged there by your mates, or it came at the end of a very long wait. To see that band, and it felt so good to stand shoulder to shoulder with others who understood. Your heart swelled, and you felt accepted for who you were. It gave you the confidence to pick up that pen, that mic, or that guitar. And our towns and cities are peppered with these special places, amazing hidden spaces tucked high above pubs or nested down twisty stairs, Venues with posters on the wall that say, "It's okay, be you, do what you want with your hair." What might look like just a door on the street is actually a portal to a cathedral, elastic with dreams, offering a togetherness you can't manufacture. That lyric that echoes your thoughts so exactly. And the two kids in the same t-shirt whose gaze just catches. And our houses are full of the music that was made here. We make playlists packed with it for the births of our babies. Because live music heals. Sweat might fall as rain from the ceiling. But we stand rooted where we stood, just feeling. Knowing we've glimpsed the other side, and how many ways there are to be beautiful in this life. And the UK's reputation as one of the world's leading music innovators hinges on these liminal spaces. There'd be no Beatles, no Bowie, no Massive Attack, without the live music venues to try stuff out. And yeah, we've got a £5.2 billion a year music industry. But how do you pollinate something without any bees? So we're asking the government to do the right thing, to support us now, so we can delay opening. Then, when it's safe, with a full heart we can throw open the doors again and say, "Come on in, let the music play."
Who can beat us? Who can try to take us? Who can lock us up and walk away?
Hello, everybody. Renfrew Debden here from Right Act Podcast, speaking to you on behalf of BadPond Festival. And I'm happy to say I'm joined by Will and Dan from Orchards. How are you both doing?
Brilliant. Really good. Really good.
Lovely to see you both. You released your full-length debut album, Lovecore, earlier this year through Big Scary Monsters. How's the reaction been to that record this year?
It's been great. Yeah, really good. We've been really, really pleasantly surprised by the reaction. It's been amazing.
All the lovely online reactions.
All the lovely online reactions. Yeah,
They're not always lovely, are they? They're not always lovely.
No, it's yeah. It's just been great. Really good. Only positives, really, which is always a good thing.
Yeah, I was going to say I've yet to find any of the really entertaining negative.
No, but yeah,
because I usually enjoy them.
It's always fun reading the scathing review, but sadly we haven't had one just yet.
We love the trolls.
It feels like it's been a long time coming as well, and then you get to March the 13th, 2020, and then the big day comes, the album comes out, and then we go into lockdown.
That was it.
Harbu sucks to you guys. That sucks, and I'm very sorry to hear that. Very unfortunate timing. It feels like an obvious question, but how did it scupper your plans for this year?
Well, the thing with the timing is I thought obviously I had a lot of time to think about it, and although it was awful, we didn't get to tour it. I'm happy that we had an album out, so we had something out there.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Yeah,
for people to listen to this year.
Yeah, it was good that we managed to actually get it out before it all kind of the world stopped.
We had our album launch party, which is really nice. We did. We kind of had a little birthday.
I think that was like the last kind of outing and party, physical party we all went to, as well as the last party I went to. I think was our album party.
Was that down in Brighton?
We went to London actually in the Signature Brew, their tap room.
Yes, I'm very.
It was nice. It was good. We had the label there, and we had some different stalls, and we had a cake, and we had a little album to listen through. That's something that was incredibly nerve-wracking. I don't really get nervous for shows anymore. When we did that album playthrough and like Q&A, I was so incredibly
no instrument to hide behind.
That's it. Yeah, there was no noise to hide.
A Q&A. That's not what you sign up for when you get into a band.
I never
answer questions.
I definitely had one too many beers as well to have a microphone in my hands.
But no, as far as plans go, obviously that we were due to tour in April.
April, yeah, throughout April to UK and Europe.
And that didn't happen. And then everybody, all at the same time, was booking them for later in the year. And we initially rescheduled for September, and then that didn't come off. And now we're rescheduled for May.
Yeah.
Okay. I'd say we're 50-50 for May right now at this point in time.
We'll be doing something in May, put it that way.
Yeah.
We'll make sure we do.
Yeah, cool. Whether it's full capacity or not, we'll be hitting our things somewhere.
You made the best of a pretty crappy situation, though, and recorded an acoustic EP remotely, didn't you? Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Yeah, we got asked to do an acoustic kind of session for Hugh Stevens. So nice. he asked us to record, I think he asked a few groups to record like a home version of a song and then a cover. So that was nice to be asked to do that. We were made up, so we kind of set about recording an acoustic version of one of our songs, and then we did an acoustic cover of Idol's Never Fight a Man with a Pen. And then, I mean, while we were all at it and recording, we kind of just all kind of agreed to record more stuff.
We'd done a few sets around like a So Far session years ago and a couple of acoustic gigs, so we kind of had a lot of the songs off the old album ready to go acoustically, and people seemed to really enjoy those sets we did. So we played at the album launch, and we just thought it'd be good to like get it down and record it. And that's about the only thing we could do.
And it was a great way to pass the time.
It was good. Yeah, it was really lucky that like we threw together what we have of our studio equipment like just before we went into lockdown.
Yeah,
if we didn't have this, then we wouldn't have had it at all. Yeah.
That's the thing. I mean, thank goodness this has all happened in 2020 and not 1992. Like, we really would have been screwed.
Yeah.
Like, what the hell would have anyone done in terms of like creating new projects and doing new things? It would have been.
If I would have had to read books for 9 months, I would have probably. I don't know what I would have done.
Lots of Uno.
Yeah.
Hello, Uno.
Big fan of Uno. Big fan of Uno. Uno champion right here. I would say. What was the thought process behind covering Never Fight a Man with a Perm? The Idol track.
I think we've kind of done a few little covers of Idols before in the past. We've posted like some kind of covers from the floor, we call them, in Lucy and Sam's living room. We've done a few different covers, and we've just always been big fans of Idols. We met them on our first ever proper tour in 2017, and they were lovely guys. So yeah, I think we just and it's always fun trying to work out how to cover them with an acoustic guitar. That's always a fun.
Yeah, I was going to say it's always good putting like a acoustic guitar and glockenspiel twist on what Idols do.
Has this period of enforced lockdown proved to be a creative time for you? Is it just reworkings of acoustic stuff you've done, or has it sort of forced you into a position where you've thought about starting to write for a second record maybe, or how has that gone?
We did. We really like kind of hit the ground running when we had nowhere else to go, and we had this little studio set up and recorded loads.
I guess I think we were so excited to have this new studio set up because, like Will said, we'd literally just kind of set it up. So we were just like, learning how to use it and kind of messing around with things.
Yeah, I don't know whether I'd never recorded anything at home really.
Not really.
We've both been in the studio like enough times to kind of see how like audio editing software works, and so we just got really into it. And then I got really into it for about 4 or 5 months, and then I was like, I can't do this anymore.
Yeah,
I never want to see.
There was definitely a peak and a trough, and now it's slowly kind of peaking again. We've been writing loads. Definitely the idea of a new record, whether that be an album or I don't know, but we're working towards it. We've probably had the most creative period ever because we've had so much time. We've been writing loads, and luckily, we all live so near each other that and we're all kind of social bubbles, so we spend a lot of time around each other's flats writing and between studio setups, and so yeah. It's there have been quite a few silver linings, I think. Sometimes when you're sort of forced into a scenario, or even learning new technology. Like I've had to learn so many new things this year so that I can continue to work basically, and I can learn like those skills can hopefully help you in the future to do other cool stuff. So that's one. It's definitely going to help in the future, yeah, for sure.
So we're coming to the end of this year, end of this crappy year, and whilst it's been difficult for everyone. There has been some brilliant music that's been released this year. I was just wondering any highlights that you two had. What sorts of things have you been listening to?
The first thing that springs to mind is Run the Jewels 4.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because that was huge for me, and I just absolutely rinsed that until I can't really listen to it anymore.
We've had,
as much as I love it.
We've had A.A. Williams chose Run the Jewels 4 as well. I mean, that's just a phenomenal record, and like the timing of it was impeccable, but
wasn't it? Yeah.
But at the same time, that record would have been extraordinarily powerful even without that timing. I think just an extraordinary piece. Of work, you know. Yeah.
Yeah, there was that. Deftones, Ohms.
Of course.
Yeah, was huge. It's always Deftones year is always a good year.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And I really like the Loathes album. It took everything. Yeah, it was insane.
I absolutely adore that Loathe record. It's very interesting you say Deftones beforehand. I'm getting a little bit fed up of this whole kind of meme culture saying that this Loathe record is just a Deftones record.
It's ridiculous, isn't it? Yeah.
It's like, okay, look, you know, I've spoken with those guys before. They've come onto my podcast and stuff like that, and they are Deftones fans. Let's not beat around the bush. But if Deftones is the only thing you're getting from that record, like, there's a lot more. They go to places that Deftones wouldn't dream of going, I would say. You know, like stuff like Red Room and Heavy Is the Heart, the Hand, the Heart, Hand. That really long song title, which I remembered perfectly just then. You know, like that stuff is way heavier than Deftones.
I was going to say they're going harder and heavier. It sounds disgusting.
I think I think they go in like a different way that the Deftones do.
Yeah, they got a different groove, definitely.
Yeah. I've been on the other end of the spectrum. I've been a big fan of Dan Kroll's new album. Grand Plan came out today.
Okay,
really nice, chill. That's just really nice songs.
I work in a cafe. It's an excellent album.
Cafe
That gives you an idea of what it's like.
Okay.
And obviously, and like we mentioned before we started recording, Biffy Clyro album, Celebration of Endings has been. But that's just, I mean, they can do no wrong for me. So.
Yeah, what a great record. What a great record. It's like, as an old school Biffy fan, I'm so happy to hear Simon sing again. It just fills my blackened heart with joy.
Yeah.
Well, guys, thank you so much for joining me. We are about to see your live stream on the BadPond Festival, and I hope to see you guys out on the road maybe next year.
Yeah, hopefully see you soon.
Certainly. I hope so too.
Thanks so much.
Thanks for having us, man.
Bye.
Good evening. I think we can confidently call it evening now, not afternoon. Yes, we've made it to the evening. And now the fun really starts. Now, it was fun already. But it's going to carry on being fun, for sure. Slightly different type of fun now, because orchards are like a bit more like poppy. You can have a little dance around your living room. And they just make amazing songs that are going to stick in your head for ages. And you're going to really enjoy that. Their new album is called Lovecore, and it's out now. One other little thing. You will have probably seen in the YouTube comments feed that there's a link to donate to Music Venue Trust, which is a really great charity, and it's supporting a lot of and campaigning on behalf of a lot of venues which people, places, it's all of them, which are currently closed and have been having a really, really crappy time due to COVID. So if you can donate to Music Venue Trust, then we'll have a much better chance of getting back in a venue sometime soon in the new year and having a real party. But for now, we got this quite real party, and I'm going to let Orchards take it away.
Make no excuses for me while I'm trying to fit into society, 'cause it's too hard to describe the mechanics of my mind. To believe me, it's true that I want to be honest with you.
the feelings you trusted in me. This is not how I want things to be. Can you call me when you get this? So don't ever leave it. Call me when you get this.
The person you're calling isn't available at the moment. Leave a message after the tone.
It's clear, sincerely over. You think you do, but you don't hide it well. It's clear, sincerely over. You think you do, but you don't hide it well. In so many ways, it's safe to say I'm fed up of feeling all these broken, toxic emotions. There's a chokehold around my positive thoughts. I ask you to make excuses for me, but there's comfort in my honesty. Where's my medal for making it through the morning? I said I don't care, but that's not true. That's the biggest lie I told you, and I told it too. It's clear, sincerely overwhelmed. You think you do, but you don't hide it well. It's clear, sincerely overwhelmed. You think you do, but you don't hide it well. It's clear, sincerely overwhelmed. You think you do, but you don't hide it well. Sincerely overwhelmed. You think you do, but you don't hide it well. Sleepless nights hadn't crossed my mind. I've been waiting for so long, waiting for someone to ease my mind in this endless fight. Can you slow my breathing, make me believe in you? Don't wanna see something other in the sky there. Slow my breathing, make me believe. It's not that I don't know that you're feeling too. It's just that I'm in this magical thinking room. It's not that I don't know that you're feeling too. It's just that I'm in this magical thinking room. Can I remind you, you asked me to choose between love and compulsion. I'm keeping me open to the idea and the notion of more to improve on. Oh, and I'll be so don't wanna see something other in the sky there. So my breathing, make me believe it. It's not that I don't know that you're feeling too. It's just that I'm in this magical thinking. It's not that I don't know that you're feeling too. It's just that I'm in this magical thinking. And I love no one say if I can everywhere control my reason. Time I'll never get your feelings, but my answer has got me It's not that I don't know that you're feeling too. It's just that I'm in this magical thinking room. It's not that I don't know that you're
everyone who's watching, where am I looking? Here? Here. Who's going to pick me first? I don't know. No one's nodded. Oh, thanks. Hi, we're Orchards. Nice to see everyone virtually. Thank you very much for tuning in and watching us. We're going to play some more songs and entertain you for the evening, if that's okay. Hey, it feels nice. Whew. Peggy, if you know it, not that we can hear you, but have a boogie in your living room. released our debut album this year, and it's called Lovecore. It's called Lovecore, son. Did you know? You knew. Good. That's handy, isn't it? If you'd like to go and listen to us, this would be very grateful. And the next song we're going to play is from that album. I hope you like it. This is Make Time Up while they're shooting.
Can I still get Lucy down a bit, please? I usually ask for those more.
I'm too loud today. Yeah. Remember when you walked me home alone and you let me in? Told me life would be better if we spent it living in sin. I'll wait until the sun rises to see if you're melting. Down I'll find another you, but I'll try to with this. There's no one you want for what you've done. I guess falling in love with me wasn't an option. Am I a permanent fixture or vacancy? What are the chances that I can call you baby? Am I a permanent fixture or vacancy? What are the chances that I can call you baby now? Did you know I had fallen head over heels well before now? I understand that you more than to head first into denial. Did that street feel familiar when you walked on your eye? She's everything you heard and done. You would take her for granted, cause that would mean that I wasted my chance with you. Promise you won't throw my love away if you won't take mine. I hope you make her happy like every day. I guess falling in love with me wasn't an option. If I'm a permanent fixture or vacancy, what are the chances that I can call you baby? If I'm a permanent fixture or vacancy, what are the chances that I can call you baby? Now's not the time for me to find out. Now's not the time for me to find out. Now's not the time for me to find out that you were thinking just the same. You were worth a lifetime to wait for. 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 Promise you won't throw my love away. I hope I'll make you happy like every day. I guess falling in love with me wasn't an option. You were permanent fixture. What are the chances you let go? Am I a permanent fixture? What are the chances you wait? What are the chances you wait? Chances that I can call you baby. I know we've all got considerably more hair than before. For those of you in the room, if you'd like to jump now, I invite you to jump. If you feel the need.
but you know we're inside. I want to let you know that we're better friends. I want to know where you've been all night. I need to be something I don't already know. I have only seen your blue glasses to the rose, but now I'm lost in light. I'm lost in light. At the end of the road, I can feel the sweetest getting old. I want to know where you've been all night. I want to let you know that we're better friends. I want to know where you've been all night. I want to know where you've been all night. I want to know where you've been all night. I want to know where you've been all night. I want to know where you've been all night. I want to know where you've been all night. I want to know where you've been all night. I want to know where you've been all night. I want to know where you've been all night. I want to know where you've been all night. I want to know where you've been all night. I want to know where you've been all night. I want to know where you've been all night. I want to know where you've been all night. I want to know where you've been all night. Now they say you look happy, though you never would. Replace me with knives in the air of my ways. It's like I'm throwing the flower into a could have been. So tell me why I've been talking to myself late at night, and now I know what's right. This could be two lovers. I can live, I can live this. This could be two lovers. This could be two of you. Come back here and tell me if it's worth the journey. If I live with you, if this would be so different for me. If my own stay the same. If you change my mind now, could it change the game? 'Cause I've been talking to myself late at night. Now I know what's right. This could be two lovers. I can love, I can love. This could be two lovers. This could be two of you.
I can love you like no other. This could be the age of lovers. This could be the age of you. This could be the age of lovers. I can love you like no other. This could be the age of lovers. This could be. This could be the age of lovers. I can love you like no other. This could be the age of lovers. This could be the age of you. We've been Orchards, thank you for watching.
Those harmonies, swoon. That was so good. I hope you all enjoyed it at home or wherever you are. I don't know, you might be sitting in your car in a service station car park or something. I hope you're having a really good dance out there. So, yeah, that was Orchards. And they are amazing. And next up, after the commercial break, etc., we've got A.A. Williams. She is also excellent, and we'll be bringing it down a bit and a bit more of an atmospheric post-rock. I nearly said post-rock then, imagine that. Whew, words. Yeah, so we've got all that to come. And I should mention as well that if you want to buy any merch or any records by any of these amazing acts, which, of course, why wouldn't you, get on Bandcamp or just get on any, your favourite platform. But Bandcamp's a good one because the artists get quite a lot of cash that way. So, yeah, buy music and enjoy listening to it in your Christmas holidays and beyond. But yeah, always buy music because artists really, that's what it's all about. Making money. That's what they're in it for. They don't enjoy it at all. Just give them money. So yeah, on that lovely note, spiritual note, let's say, I'm going to leave you to enjoy the break and stay right where you are, barring, making a cup of tea or getting another drink or whatever, because there's some interesting stuff coming up. And then afterwards, we've got A.A. Williams, who will be wicked. Bye.
Do you remember that first gig? Maybe you were dragged there by your mates, or it came at the end of a very long wait. To see that band, and it felt so good to stand shoulder to shoulder with others who understood. Your heart swelled, and you felt accepted for who you were. It gave you the confidence to pick up that pen, that mic, or that guitar. And our towns and cities are peppered with these special places, amazing hidden spaces tucked high above pubs, or nested down twisty stairs, venues with posters on the wall that say, "It's okay, be you, do what you want with your hair." What might look like just a door on the street is actually a portal to a cathedral, elastic with dreams, offering a togetherness you can't manufacture. That lyric that echoes your thoughts so exactly. And the two kids in the same t-shirt whose gaze just catches. And our houses are full of the music that was made here. We make playlists packed with it for the births of our babies. Because live music heals. Sweat might fall as rain from the ceiling. But we stand rooted where we stood, just feeling. Knowing we've glimpsed the other side, and how many ways there are to be beautiful in this life. And the UK's reputation as one of the world's leading music innovators hinges on these liminal spaces. There'd be no Beatles, no Bowie, no Massive Attack, without the live music venues to try stuff out. And yeah, we've got a £5.2 billion a year music industry. But how do you pollinate something without any bees? So we're asking the government to do the right thing, to support us now, so we can delay opening. Then, when it's safe, with a full heart we can throw open the doors again and say, come on in, let the music play.
Among other things, this year we released great records from We Were Promised Jetpacks, Fini Caruana, Into It Over It, Cursive, In Technicolor, Me Rex, Orchards, Owen, Delta Sleep, Oceanator, Jamie Lenman, The Gloria Record, The Fall of Troy, Laura Jane Grace, Illuminati Hotties, I Am the Avalanche, and The Winter Passing. That's a lot of records, and they're all great.
I'm Joy from Omni, and I'm here to tell you about an exciting course we're running in collaboration with Small Pond Studios called Engineering Equality. A shocking 5% of record producers are women, so this course is aiming to address that, demystify music tech and show that those of any gender can take part. So we really encourage you to apply. If you're a woman or trans person, you can be of any experience level also. Whether you're an artist, a musician, or a complete novice, please apply. Hopefully see you soon.
everyone, Renfrey Deadman here, popping up to provide you some insight behind the music, and I'm delighted to say I am joined by A.A. Williams. How are you today?
I'm well, thank you. How are you doing?
I'm very, very good. We've just been having a lovely chat before getting into this again, and
absolutely.
catching up, which has been very nice. But let's talk about you. Your debut album, Forever Blue, was released earlier this year to a pretty universally positive acclaim, I would say. You must be absolutely stoked on how it's been received.
I am. I think the thing to remember with, you know, A.A. Williams, the project, is that everything that I've done is the first of things. You know, first EP last year, and then this year, first album. So having never released an album before, I had not really got any clue what to expect, and also having never released during a pandemic, which of course none of us have. You know, so I kind of didn't really know what was going to happen. You know, you don't think too positively. You don't think, oh, you know, everyone's going to love it. You think, no. You just think, oh, I hope someone enjoys this. I hope someone wants to listen to this more than once. I hope someone buys the record, you know. And, you know, the reviews have all been so positive, and it's nice to see that people are, they hear it and they think different things. You know, different reviewers have said different things about it, and it's nice that it's not just a universal kind of opinion. Do you know what I mean? There's enough in there for people to draw different conclusions about things and to have different things to say, which has been very nice. Very cool.
I think the music that you make actually covers a sort of wide spread of areas as well. So, well, you already know this, but your album got onto my personal albums of the year list for our podcast Riot Act, and one of the things that I said there is, so I'm you know, I'm 35 and I'm of the age where music magazines were my Bible growing up, and I was like, the thing with A.A. Williams is she can appear in Q, but she can also appear in Metal Hammer, and I think coming from those two different perspectives, you will get, I think that
it's
happened.
been really nice to see the reviews coming in from different places. So you have, like you say, you've got Metal Hammer over here, and you've got, you know, some kind of like overseas ones like Orcus and stuff, and then on the other side you've got Line of Best Fit and Clash and the more kind of alternative ones, and it's nice to see that, as I say, everyone's got something different to say, but they see things in it that they enjoy, and, you know, there are some similarities, some differences, but, you know, there's, it kind of, it sparks a conversation, which is good. Do you know what I mean? People have something to say, which is better than nothing at all, of course. And it's nice to see it being received by kind of different groups, you know?
You've been keeping yourself very busy during this lockdown period with the Songs from Isolation project. This is where you cover songs which are suggested by fans. And this is a project that came about due to the circumstances that's been foisted upon us this year, I assume.
Absolutely, yeah. You know, I've been wanting to kind of do some stripped down little piano videos. And I posted on my Instagram, you know, does anybody have any suggestions? And I thought they would suggest my songs, and they didn't. So I thought I was thinking, I meant to say like a nice version of Cold or something, you know, and they were like, Creep. And I just thought, you know what, actually, yeah, let's do that. That's a cooler idea. I don't want to do my songs, I want to do other people's. This will be fun. And it's a cool challenge as well. I mean, I'm a sucker for a musical challenge, you know, kind of figure it out, make it work, understand someone else's song, kind of take it to pieces and put it back together again. And it was very much, you know, it was the whole situation was based on what I had in my house. You know, I had a couple of microphones which were neither really particularly actually meant for microphoning the things they did. You know, a couple of cables and a tiny interface, and, you know, a piano and a guitar, and that was kind of it. A few pedals, but, you know, it had to be something that I could perform solo because, you know, I live with my husband and he was filming it all in his socks, trying not to make too much noise with a, you know, newly purchased gimbal from Argos, you know. And so the whole thing was very homemade, very much out of necessity because we didn't have the equipment to do anything more kind of proper. And again, you know, I've never edited a video before, but it was like, well, someone's got to do it, so here we go, you know. And it was about learning new things as well. And to be honest, during, especially the very beginning of the first lockdown, having something to focus on was really nice, you know. And I mean, partly through not really knowing what we were doing technically. Each one would, from the choice of song to being finished, take about 3 or 4 days.
Right.
So, you know, that's including me sitting down and spending time with the piano and figuring out how I'm going to work on it, and then, you know, kind of then film it and do a bunch of different takes and all this, then edit the audio and then edit the video, You know, it's a long-winded process. So combine that with the fact that people were suggesting some really out there stuff. And I was thinking, well, I really want to do this, but how am I going to tackle you? You know, some of them took quite a while. The 9 Inch Nails one took quite a long time, just because it was like, you want to do the songs justice. You don't want to just do karaoke. And you want to bring elements of the originals in there, but you don't want to just do the same thing, because then it's boring, you know.
Yeah, pointless.
Then it's karaoke. So yeah, the whole thing was just, it was really nice to have a project that wasn't the album, you know, because obviously the album was coming out, there was kind of singles to start releasing and things like that. But it was nice to have something else to do.
And there's some big songs on there from some big bands. You've got The Cure, Pixies, Moody Blues, Deftones, 9 Inch Nails, as you said, Nick Cave, Smashing Pumpkins. You know,
yeah, there's some good stuff on there.
These aren't like, you know, B-sides or something like that.
No, I know, right? And I mean, a lot of it came from the fact that, you know, there were for example, Radiohead, there were so many Radiohead suggestions that I thought, well, it would be, you know, I mean, I love Radiohead. I would happily cover any of these songs, but it was also a case of which one I want to cover something that people know. You know, I don't want to do the obscure B-side from that release that only came out in Japan 25 years ago, because that's great that it's there and it's great that it's been suggested. But if I'm thinking about making a video that would hopefully appeal to people, obviously if it's a song that they recognize, then that's a bonus, you know. And there are obviously some on there that will be more recognized by particular audiences, for example, the Deftones and 9 Inch Nails and stuff. But you know, you can't do everything, I guess. But I think, you know, if you're going to do it, do it.
You covered Deftones, which I think is, Deftones are a very, very important band to you, I believe, because as far as I'm aware, they are basically the band that got you into heavy music. I think
so. Yeah, I mean, the thing I always enjoyed about Deftones songs was that it wasn't just heavy vocal delivery. It was a good combination of the two. And as someone who had grown up with predominantly classical music, really, like around my house, you know, my parents would stick on classic FM or whatever, and it was just kind of in the background. So melody as just a basic kind of component, you know, it was really nice to hear that in heavier music.
Yeah,
and I think kind of, you know, a combination of just the best guitar tone. Honestly, I just, if I could buy that guitar tone and just like, you know, just
I'm sure there's a plug-in. I'm sure you can.
I'm sure there is, but I feel like that's probably cheating if I just Google it, like rig rundown. You know, that's cheating. I got to figure out for myself. It's more interesting that way. But you know, it's just unparalleled chunk, isn't it? It's just fabulous. Yeah. And a combination of that and, you know, as I say, this kind of the mixture of the vocal delivery and stuff, and also the kind of pitch choices as well. Like they're not always your kind of standard go-to. And that I really liked. And I think, you know, Around the Fur was the first record I bought of theirs. And it was, I mean, I still love it. I still listen to it. And it's kind of, it's funny when you listen to music that you listen to as a teenager, because you kind of think, oh, has this dated? Am I just really nostalgic about this because I loved it when I was younger, but now how do I feel? And it's one of the ones that hasn't dated for me at all. It just still sounds, you know, knockout. So covering Be Quiet and Drive was a challenge, because again there were a lot of Deftones suggestions, and I thought, well, I don't want to do one that's big on heavy vocal, because I don't want to play some melody on something that doesn't have it, you know. I don't want to change the song. It's not my song to change, you know. But finding one, and especially being able to do one from that album, well chuffed with that, to be honest. Really pleased.
It's
really
pleased.
It
sounds amazing.
Thank you.
You've been, I mean, you've just said you've been immersed in the world of sort of classical music from a very, very early age, but I read a brilliant story about how you got your first guitar. Could you recount that for me?
Yeah, absolutely, 100% true. I found a guitar about 5 doors down from my house, like, just leaning up against the railings, and there's a little sign underneath the strings that said, "Please take me, just needs work." And I figured that maybe the person who had it didn't realize you could kind of repair these things. It was like a Squier Telecaster, which I think must have maybe come in like a kit. You know, you can buy like the guitar and the amp and the lead and the plectrum. You know,
It was my first guitar. Yeah.
yeah, and I'm pretty sure it had come as part of a kit, and that maybe this person didn't really know what to do with it. And literally there was a couple of strings bust, and you know, the jack input was a bit whiffy, but otherwise it kind of was okay. And I'd never really played the guitar before, and I thought, you know what? All right then. So I took it home, and I thought, well, I don't know what to do with this, and it's broken. So a good friend of mine who is the guitar tech, he came round to my house. We basically gutted it on the kitchen table and tried to figure out what do we need to replace, what do we need to do. Went down Denmark Street, bought all the bits and pieces, and then I just basically watched him build a guitar because I didn't know what I was doing. I was just looking at it going, oh, this is fun. So a couple of days later, guitar, essentially. It was kind of a botch job, kind of, you know, kind of bits of this, bits of that, all stuck together. And I think I used it in, I definitely used it in one of the Songs from Isolation videos. Which one was it? I think it might have been Be Quiet and Drive, actually.
Right.
I think I used it in Be Quiet and Drive because I thought it'd be nice. I mean, it feels lovely. It's a lovely sounding instrument, but I had no idea what I was doing. So I thought, well, if I put this in, I play in a kind of non-standard tuning, a kind of more folky tuning, which is kind of predominantly open string kind of harmony stuff. And so I thought, well, I'll put it in that because, frankly, it sounds nice and I have to do very little, which as someone learning, I thought, well, you know, I'll figure it out from there. I'll start easy and then develop, you know. And so I started writing songs as a way to teach myself the instrument, because this, you know, the positioning, you know, I was a cellist, so it's all very here, you know, and then you transpose that to being here, everything's very tiny and feels funny and the intervals are weird. So there's a lot of, you know, I suppose being a classically trained musician, you know when you're wrong, which is really helpful. But it was just a way of exploring the instrument, really, and I thought, well, there's no point playing this without writing a song and doing something. So it was an exploration of the instrument and also me learning to sing and kind of figuring out what came out, you know. And that was kind of the beginning of that, really.
I think the insinuation is, if you hadn't have found that guitar, though, this portion of your career, I think you would have still been doing music and all of that sort of stuff.
Oh yeah, but not like this. I'd never considered writing songs for myself, ever. Not because I wasn't interested in it. I just, you know, just spent most of my time playing stuff for other people, you know, and I was happy doing that. And, you know, I enjoy orchestral playing. I mean, to be honest, I kind of just always assumed I would end up doing orchestral performance. You know, that was just kind of, you know, when you go and you do the odd session for someone as a string player, you get brought in for the odd London gig or whatever. But, you know, it's predominantly classical. Again, not because I didn't like, I mean, I listened to, I always found it strange that a lot of classical musicians don't listen to that much popular music. And I think it's crazy that also popular musicians often don't listen to much classical. I think, well, where does this stuff came from somewhere, guys? You know, people were doing this hundreds and hundreds of years ago, but we all think it's all started in what Robert Johnson was like the beginning, the birth. It's like, well, there was like 600 years of stuff before that, but you know, let's use him as the beginning, you know. But again, classical musicians often kind of go, oh yeah, we give up at about 1930. So I always kind of felt like the one person who was kind of equally attached to both, which kind of was nice because it was, you know, you take an idea from here and you apply it over here and vice versa. So I think now, having had that classical training, it definitely influences how I think about what I'm doing in terms of the performance, but also the writing, you know, and, you know, I guess it must be a good thing. But yeah, without the guitar, I don't know if we'd be doing this conversation or not. Probably not, I don't know. I mean, the Songs from Isolation is a kind of interesting example of a musical challenge that you kind of set yourself to think, can I find a way of doing a cover of this song with this thing with like such limited means that I quite enjoy setting myself these kind of little musical challenges. Do you know what I mean? It's like, could I write a song where the chords don't even change? And you think, you know what, fuck it, I'll have a go. You know, and sometimes you just think, you know, maybe I could do a thing where this one was doing that, and you have the little spark, and then you think, well, I'll try it. You know, and you know, sometimes it works and sometimes it's absolutely horrendous. But you know, it just is a constantly flexible kind of situation. It's not like you go, this is what I do, and I'm going to do it now forever like this. Do you know what I mean? I mean, AC/DC do that. That's not the point. And like lots of bits, you know what I mean? Some people just go, this is my formula in a box.
Yeah,
We're going to do this till we're dead. And that's great, but I don't think I can do that. I don't think it's possible for me.
You've played many shows supporting a lot of great bands, Cult of Luna, Sister Mercy, I mean, loads and loads. But you played literally a few days before lockdown number 1. You played your first headline show at the Purcell Rooms of the South Bank Centre.
Yeah.
How was that as an experience for you?
It was strange because, as I said earlier on, everything is the first time, you know, so it's not like I've never been on stage, but it's the first time that it's been the focus, you know. So, you know, my band and I, having gone around and doing all of these great supports, you learn what to do as a support in terms of your relationship with the crowd and how it is. So it was interesting going on and being the focal point for the first time. I was nervous as hell, to be honest, because I'm not a chatty person on stage. I feel quite awkward. You know, I join the songs together with little musical just little textures and things, just so that there isn't any kind of awkward silence, because it makes me feel all funny on the inside. So understanding how to, you know, that's a craft. Stagecraft is like, it's such a big thing. Yeah. And
it's
I just
thought practice as well.
No, exactly.
Until you
I know, right? So you're just casually doing the first one. Like you said, it's not like you can go and practice in front of your next door neighbor and his dog or whatever. You know, you just got to go there. And I guess, you know, I was nervous, but, you know, it was great to do. But, you know, there was so much, you know, background chatter about COVID and all this stuff that, you know, I was up to that point, my band and I, for the maybe week before that show, we were supporting Sisters of Mercy around the UK. And literally every day we were meant to go on to the Netherlands after the London show. We were meant to go, and literally every day it was like, are we going to go? Are we going to go? And it's getting slow and kind of closer and closer and closer and closer. And so that dominated so much. We were like, is this even going to happen? You know? And I'm so glad that we got it done. But it was interesting. I don't know if I'd feel differently about it if it hadn't been kind of, you know, mid-lockdown, pandemic, disaster stuff. But no, it was great to do. But it's, you know, it's a different one for me. It's a new thing. So, you know, having now done that gig and then there's this kind of months and months of sitting in your house, it's like, what is going on? So yeah, I'm looking forward to going and do some more, put it that way.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing more. I should say finally, before I let you go, we're coming to the end of the year 2020. As crappy a year as it's been in lots of ways for music, has actually been really, really good. But
it has.
Been listening to this year, any recommendations for people?
I have been listening to Run the Jewels 4 quite a lot. Fantastic which is record. Such a great record. It was so poignant when it came out in terms of timing and all of this stuff. It kind of really made people sit up and pay attention, I think. And it's a very eloquent record, I think. And it's very emotional. And it's quite hard to listen to sometimes. Certainly when it first came out, I found it quite hard to get through. Not because I didn't want to, but it's powerful. Do you know what I mean? It's like a protest record, kind of, almost. And there's a lot of stuff in there to kind of internalize and to understand and to deal with.
I think
it's brilliant.
Even without the timing. So this Run the Jewels record came out very, very soon after the George Floyd shootings, and there's a lot of stuff on there about, you know, police brutality and so on and so forth.
Yeah,
it's an incredibly powerful.
Oh God, yeah, it's amazing. This pulling the pin with Mavis? Oh my God! I mean, that is just. The vocal delivery on that, Mavis Staples on that, just blows my mind every time. And I actually did a little cry when I first heard that song, because it's just amazing. But also, you know, she just sounds so tired. Do you know what I mean? And it's just a beautiful record to listen to. I mean, it's hard, but it's banging. Like it's got some really good stuff on it. The production is amazing. It's like a really, like you're kind of trying to internalize it, but also you're grooving at the same time.
Yeah.
It's kind of a bit of a weird experience. Aside from that, I've been listening to J Jail Prison quite a lot, which is awesome. I really, really like that. I was really surprised when I heard I was kind of listening on the bus or whatever, and you know, you first listen to it and you think, okay, you have in your mind, you think you know what it's going to sound like, and the first song happened, it was like, oh, okay. But it's awesome. So I've been listening to that a ton as well. It's really, really good.
I love that JJ record, but my co-host Steve from Podcast, it was his second favourite album of the year.
Oh, amazing. It's cracking. It's really great. It's really cool.
You expect it to be one thing and it's something entirely different.
Yeah.
I mean, the way that he was describing it, I guess it's a singer-songwriter album, but then when you listen to it, it's got a lot more in common with something like Daughters or something like that.
Yeah,
quite
absolutely. It's a kind of, I found it kind of somewhere between, Daughters and like Nine Inch Nails, and then there's just so many other production elements in there that I was not expecting, and it's awesome. Yeah. And I think when someone can come out with a record that surprises you in a positive way, it's brilliant. Because the worst thing in the world is when it surprises you and you're like, what the hell? Whoa, what have they done? That's bad. Like, stay away. But it's completely the opposite. I think it's absolutely brilliant. Really, really enjoy it.
Awesome. Well, it's so great to see you. And
lovely to see you too.
Really, really looking forward to this show, which we're going to see momentarily.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much for joining me.
No worries. Speak to you soon. Bye.
Hey again, welcome back, and thanks for sticking with us for this brilliant day of music. Over to my right, we've got A.A. Williams, who I'm so excited about seeing. They're the only act so far that I've never seen before, so that is even more of a treat and an intriguing one. And like I said earlier, they're going to be sort of bringing it down to a bit more of an atmospheric level. You can tell because they're sitting down, and that's what that means in stage code. So just in case you haven't worked that out for yourselves. So yeah, it's going to be an experience for all of us. They normally play or often play with a bigger band, but their other band members were spread across the country, straddling several COVID tiers and zones. So it was felt it would be better to do this stripped back setup. So it's going to be lovely and cozy and intimate, all the really nice winter evening things. So yeah, I'm not going to prattle on for much longer, but I will say that I've watched some of their stripped back videos they've done online over lockdown, which have been amazing. So this is going to be a real treat, and I will let them get on with it.
If only I was someone else, I could have tried to help myself. It could have been so safe and good, but enough's enough, enough's enough. If only I could give it up, the only lie I'd ever told. It could have been the sweetest thing, Thank you. Thank you, people, for joining us. Thank you for being here. I'm A. Williams. This is a stripped-down, smaller version of what we usually do due to lovely COVID. We've had to make some changes. Thank you. If I could change all I could, would it be enough to prove I'm good? Through the years I never told anyone that I'll destroy my own, and I long for a day like this again, when I'll never lose control. If I could change all I knew, would it ever be sincere or true? No, that is the way I found loneliness within myself to blame, and I long for a day like this again, when I'll never lose control. And I long for a day like this again, when I'll never lose control. And I long for a day like this again, when I'll never lose control. Follow me, I'm lost again. Down beside some terrible friends, writhing in the shame of it. I cannot believe all that's left is hollow, where there once was room to grow. Harder still it is that I can't protect you all. So hold me again. Show me what I want to see. Hold me above the rest, so that I can once be free. Was it better before I came? Softly though I tried again, stepping closer to the edge. I can't stay away. So hold me again. Show me what I want to see. Hold me above the rest, so that I can once be free. Hold me again. Show me what I want to see. Hold me above the rest, so that I can once be free. Let go of these promises. They hurt and never ease. No, all of the lies you told. I won't melt, I'm not afraid. These choices will come back again. Now go into the night again. 'Cause I'm alone on my own, and precious. I know you are. In the end, you'll turn out fine. I know somehow I'll wear you down. I won't melt, I'm not afraid. These choices will come back again, and I'll go into the night again. 'Cause just wouldn't let me be. Give me help, love. I can tell you already know. 'Cause just couldn't let me be. Thank you. This next one will be the last song. I'm going to be performing this one on my own. During the first lockdown in March, I inadvertently made a record of covers, solo piano covers, which began as a project engaging with fans and asking for suggestions, and it gave me a really good something to focus on during that time. And this one has just come out. This is the last song. This is a cover of the Pixies, Where Is My Mind? Thank you for having me. With your feet in the air and your head on the ground, try this trick hand spinach, yeah. Your head will collapse, but there's nothing in it, and you'll ask yourself, where is my mind? Where is my mind? Where except a little fish bumped into me, swears trying to talk to me. Koi, koi. Where is my mind? Where is my mind? Where is my mind? Way out in the water, see us swimming. With your feet in the air and your head on the ground. Try this trick, ham spinach, yeah. Your head will collapse, but there's nothing in it, and you'll ask yourself, where's my mind? Where's my mind? Where is my mind? Way out in the water, see us swimming. Thank you, everybody. Good night. Thank you for watching.
That was a good bit of silence that just happened there, and it was completely intentional. No, honestly, I feel like I should whisper or something because that was so beautiful, and I don't really want to ruin the hush. But at the same time, it's my job to talk to you, so you're just going to have to deal with it. Yeah, no, that was so gorgeous. Thank you, A.A. Williams. I'm really pleased to have seen you now, and hopefully I'll get to see you again sometime soon in a venue as part of an actual audience. I kind of mentioned, vaguely alluded to some COVID stuff in the last little interlude that I did, and I didn't really want to talk about it much, and I still don't, because I just think that this is just such a good tonic, and we're all so far away from it. But I do want to just say, all these artists have obviously had an absolute kind of unpredictably ridiculous year where, you know, all of their plans have been pulled out from under them, and so have you probably as well. So like, and you know, this is just such a good day, and such a good evening, and let's just all remember it forever and ever and ever. Yeah, no, but what a nice thing to have happened. So thanks for the funding to the Arts Council, and well played Small Pond for sort of bringing that in and you know, getting us all here doing this thing. It's really cool. I hope you're enjoying it. So yeah, next though, I should start talking a bit more loudly actually, because we've got St. Agnes, and they're definitely going to be playing a lot more loudly. They're really cool, they're really raucous, they're a rock band from London, and you're going to love them, except that they're not on quite yet because they're on after the commercial break. And I knew that, and so did you, and thank you for reminding me. Commercial break.
remember that first gig? Maybe you were dragged there by your mates, or it came at the end of a very long wait. To see that band, and it felt so good to stand shoulder to shoulder with others who understood. Your heart swelled, and you felt accepted for who you were. It gave you the confidence to pick up that pen, that mic, or that guitar. And our towns and cities are peppered with these special places, amazing hidden spaces tucked high above pubs, or nested down twisty stairs, venues with posters on the wall that say, "It's okay, be you, do what you want with your hair." What might look like just a door on the street is actually a portal to a cathedral, elastic with dreams, offering a togetherness you can't manufacture. That lyric that echoes your thoughts so exactly, and the two kids in the same t-shirt whose gaze just catches. And our houses are full of the music that was made here. We make playlists packed with it for the births of our babies, because live music heals. Sweat might fall as rain from the ceiling, but we stand rooted where we stood, just feeling, knowing we've glimpsed the other side, and how many ways there are to be beautiful in this life. And the UK's reputation as one of the world's leading music innovators hinges on these liminal spaces. There'd be no Beatles, no Bowie, no Massive Attack, without the live music venues to try stuff out. And yeah, we've got a £5.2 billion a year music industry. But how do you pollinate something without any bees? So we're asking the government to do the right thing, to support us now, so we can delay opening. Then, when it's safe, with a full heart we can throw open the doors again and say, "Come on in, let the music play."
Hello, everybody. It's only me, Renfrew Deadman here from the Riot Act podcast, and I'm joined by Kitty and John from St. Agnes. How are you both today?
Wonderful.
Yeah, good, thank you.
Awesome. Very nice to see you both. You released your new EP, The Family Strange, earlier this year. How's the reception been to that EP?
Yeah, that's amazing that was early this year. It feels like a lifetime ago already.
Yeah.
Yeah, the reception was amazing. We managed to time it perfectly, so we released it just as lockdown happened, so no one could go and buy it in record stores or anything.
Yeah, well done, St. Agnes. Classic us.
Classic us.
Yeah, it's definitely odd releasing things where you don't have like a show or run of shows around it. It's like a very kind of strange feeling.
But we'd literally just come off tour from supporting Monster Magnet, and then we did a one-off show on Valentine's Day supporting horror, and which was just, I mean, if you were ever going to have a last gig to go out on, actually, that's pretty damn good.
I saw bands that had their debut album released pretty much as soon as lockdown happened, and my heart just went out to them.
Yeah.
Because, you know, we released our debut album last year, and it was like, it is the most exciting thing. You release your album, you're out on tour, and it's festival season, and it's just this whole like kind of one-time thing that you do that every band goes to. It's the debut album release.
Yeah.
And to just see bands like Friends, their debut album come out and then just like cut off at the knees. I mean, it could have been a much worse situation. So.
I think what's really shown though is how much like the underground music community comes together, and most of those bands have managed to weather the storm, and people are still they're knowing, okay, I can't go to the record shop to buy it, but I'll buy it from the band, and that helps keeps things ticking over. And you know, when bands are announcing live stream stuff, people are getting behind it.
Yeah,
you know, the community is definitely there, and we were lucky that we released the couple of the singles from the EP we released kind of before all the madness happened, so we'd already had like a proper response and got to play these songs live and everything, and have like the songs like Brother and They All Fall Down, we'd played them on tour with Monster Magnet and Horror, so we'd seen an audience like the whites of their eyes enjoying it, so we had some satisfaction from that at least.
I really love that expression, seeing the whites of their eyes, and I think there's a real kind of emphasis on an analog approach to what you do, as opposed to this kind of digitally enhanced with Pro Tools vibe that many bands adopt. Is that something that's very important for you to retain, that live, analog, authentic, gritty energy?
Yeah, so first and foremost, we are a live band. That's kind of our main home is the stage, really, and it's always been that way. So to try and create that energy on record is obviously what bands forever have struggled with. So yeah, the analog approach is really important to us. When we made our first album, our debut album, we recorded it all to tape, and we were real. What word could I use? Kind of arseholes about no, it needs to be analog, no Pro Tools, we're going to do this the old-fashioned way. I'm really annoyed our engineers. But I think it was really invaluable in teaching us that it's not that you have to just record analog. It's getting a mindset of it's really important not to not to know that you have 1,000 attempts at doing a vocal take or 1,000 attempts at doing a guitar take in the studio. So kind of what we took from it was it's okay to not just be fully analog, but take that ethos of kind of pretending that you're recording to tape, so you can't do 100 takes or something. Does that make sense?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, it's so easy for things just to not count when you're doing stuff digitally. You have 1,000, as Keith said, 1,000 redos, and it means that when we recorded the debut album to tape, I remember each of the takes that are on the record. I remember that take. It's like playing a gig. I remember the moment when I listen back to it. I remember feeling a bit nervous halfway through one, coming up to my solo, thinking, I'm not sure I'm going to nail this, and you can kind of hear the tension in the recording, or I can hear it. And so it's exactly the same with live. You have one go at it, and if something starts going wrong, you roll with it rather than saying, stop, let's do it again. And with the new recordings we've done, we've let digital in a bit, just from a practical point of view, it's allowed us to kind of be a bit more fluid as a band. But we absolutely have carried that ethos through and not tried to use digital as a crutch in any way.
I think it's important to have that sense of jeopardy almost when you're recording stuff, so that you almost said it there, John, but I think it's really important to have that sense of shit, we could fuck this up if it doesn't go right and all that kind of thing. I think that brings an energy to these recordings that it's very easy to fall back on technology sometimes and just to kind of fix it, I'm doing air quotes there, but
it's nice to use the analog mindset with the digital tools that are available to you. That's kind of how we've approached recording this year. And I think as well, because this new single that we've just released, this Swelling Big Enough, was written in a way that we've never written music with this band before, which is that we weren't in a rehearsal studio at all. It was John and I literally locked together in lockdown, writing music, just the two of us, sending it across the internet to the others to have a listen to, but being unable to play it together. So this live stream will be the first time we've played it together. Obviously, we've been rehearsing. But even going into the studio, it was just such an odd thing for us, because usually we would gig music, for 6 months before we'd go into the studio to record it. I feel really comfortable doing that. Whereas we went into the studio with this song, having never played it together as a band.
And having a day to record it, so you've got to just go in and you make a moment and it happens. And I listen to it now and I know that given time, there's things we would have done differently, but they wouldn't necessarily be better. It's just, you kind of see it differently. It is a moment in time. That was the summer lockdown song recorded with all of the interesting weirdness that brought in the writing and the sound. And I love it. Really happy. Embrace the problems.
Absolutely, absolutely. I read a story that, John, you pursued Kitty after seeing her play with her other band, Lola Colt. Kitty, pursued, oh God, I hope I haven't, I don't want to give the wrong impression. Pursued maybe was the wrong word to use. But you were initially reluctant to join up with John, Kitty. Can I ask, if it's not too pertinent a question, what fueled that reluctance to join up with John for St Agnes?
Well, look at him. I think I'd like just moved to London.
Right.
I grew up in, I'm actually from London originally, but I grew up in Spain and then Devon. So I'd always been like super keen to get back to London. So I came to London for university and I joined Lola Colt. And I was playing keys and percussion. So I wasn't fronting the band in any way, I was just part of the band. And I was really enjoying being part of somebody else's band rather than doing my own thing. And to be honest, I was quite nervous. I had like a little kind of secret hankering for wanting to maybe sing. And I'd always, written music and been in bands as a teenager. But I was just really quite nervous about being like a main songwriter and writing with somebody else. That's where the reluctance came from, was kind of, I guess, like just nervousness really. It's songwriting is a very like vulnerable place to put yourself, and particularly, with another person, it's really tough. And it took a long time for us to get comfortable writing music together.
Yeah, definitely.
It's not easy.
I'd always written music on my own. Talking about this digital analog debate, my previous bands I've been in, I'd used a lot of technology because I was doing everything solo pretty much in various ways. And so having an actual kind of like writing relationship with someone where I kind of, for the first time ever, had to entertain an idea that off the top of my head didn't think, I was like, I don't think that's going to work. And in my own mind, I'd have like just taken it off the table straight away, but like entertaining it and then realizing, oh, actually, no, there's definitely something in this. This is really cool. And it turns out better than what I could have done on my own.
Yeah.
That was a real like learning process. So our first tentative steps of trying to write together, we were like ridiculously polite to each other.
I don't think like there's anything more intimate you can do really than share your ideas with somebody else. But it's scary. You have to be vulnerable.
Yeah, you have to be vulnerable. And we're trying to write songs that have meaning. And so you have to then talk about why something, if you've written a line in a lyric, if it makes no sense to the other person, you have to kind of go, well, I think it's really good for this reason. And that can sometimes lead off like a 2-hour kind of therapy session, feeling like... And suddenly, you realise you're just discussing one word or something. You're like, yeah, let's just go with that one. But it became like it's become a kind of private language that we have. Like we joked before this interview that we've just spent the last 6 months talking together, not talking to anyone else. It's actually not that rare for us now. Anyway, we just kind of like keep ourselves to ourselves and write music, and we have our own private language about how to go about it.
I think it's one of the reasons why we are such an independent band, because we have never worked with a producer. And I think it's just because we have spent years talking about this band, what we want it to be, what it means, creating the world of St Agnes. It is like having a different language, and it can be really hard to impart all of those years worth of conversations to somebody new. So we do find it hard to like let people in.
So hard.
Control freaks, basically.
Control freaks. When someone's there going, I just want to have an opinion about a snare drum sound or something, we're like, whoa.
Slow down, cowboy.
Yeah, like 2 years of conversations about like how drums make you feel, and you can't just come in here with some mad new snare drum sound.
Yeah. We don't want to go all like Lars Ulrich from St Anger or something like that. I mean,
actually,
that comes
you're going to regret saying that.
Yeah, I love the drum. We love the drum sound of St. Anger.
Really?
We use it as a reference point all the time. Yeah.
Can you give me an example of a song that you'd use that as a reference point then?
Say that again, sorry?
Can you give me an example of a St Agnes song where Lars's St Anger drums sound would have been a reference.
I mean, I kind of say, like, on everything that we've done since Andy's our current drummer, we like the very first version of St Agnes for 6 months had a different drummer in, but once Andy joined the band, I think like we've always been kind of like pushing towards that more like trashy, slightly obnoxious kind of drum sound that still then kind of does the job of having loads of low end and everything, but anything to get away from the sterile kind of studio-y, you know, like the Black Album, Metallica Black Album, that drum sound, it sounds amazing, but it's also like that's been done to death, and there's not a lot of personality in that. And we love like Led Zeppelin, Jimi Hendrix and Who and all those classic bands where, because of the way they had to record, loads of personality comes across. And to me, Saint Anger, there is a personality in the sound. It is divisive, it's polarizing.
Hate, mostly hate.
Yeah, love how polarizing that is. And so I would rather, if we had to choose a drum sound for the rest of our career that we had to stick with, I'd rather choose the Saint Anger drum sound than nearly all other kind of.
You're going to get so many angry comments.
Yeah, it's brutal. That sound is just brutal. Like I love it.
It's definitely there.
It's there.
It's a bold choice, I would say.
That's exactly it. Kitty and I, one thing that if we're having an argument about something, we always just go, what's the more bold choice?
What's the boldest thing we can do?
And that's the one we go with. Yeah. Boldness is a virtue. I've always loved metal, like from Metallica. And I really loved kind of like earlier sort of New Orleans doomy type stuff like Crochet Conformity and Down and everything that felt like really sort of aggressive but quite natural and moving on from that Black Sabbath kind of sound. And then, I mean, I'll let Kitty answer her own stuff on that, but we definitely have like a meeting point with all of it where there's a sound to the idea that we'd be pigeonholed in that is just not true. Like there's what I find exciting in that I hear in lots of other things as well. And we talked about horror earlier. Horror have been a big influence on us. Just getting to see that kind of boldness and confrontation in their performance, and the embracing of the kind of flying the freak flag like really high. I loved White Zombie growing up, like absolutely loved White Zombie, and they feel like an extension of that kind of thing. So that's been a definite influence on what we've done recently.
Yeah, as John says, to name bands always feels a bit odd to me. Obviously, like there are influences, but I think the main thing is when we're writing anything, it has to feel like St Agnes. It has to feel like it fits in the world that we've created with everything we've made so far. So for me, that's always the main thing that influences me is, does it feel like St Agnes? Would it fit in this kind of comic book world that we've created? And that always is quite a visual thing rather than like sonic for me. It's like, can I see? I think whenever we're writing a song, I always picture the video that's gonna go along with it. I have to kind of see how the song is gonna be presented. It's hard to explain, but like how it's gonna look, and is it then St Agnes-y enough? Does it feel right? I don't know. It's hard to explain.
It's that indefinable thing to other people of what St Agnes is, like if you're being really cynical, the brand of St Agnes, but we just have a really deep understanding of what that is. And so when we're writing a song, is a constant series of choices, and we just take each choice to the face with, we choose the St Agnes-y one as we go. What would St Agnes do? We are it is it. It's very meta.
It's really interesting, some of those, because all of those bands that you have named, and thank you for naming some, because I can understand why bands are sometimes reluctant to talk about influences, but I can hear those influences in what you've done, but at the same time none of them sort of immediately jump out at me. So White Zombie, I wouldn't use White Zombie as a comparison point, you know, in my job as a music journalist. But then at the same time, now that you said White Zombie, I'm like, okay, I can understand how you know, like the Thunderkiss 65, hello, you know, or whatever, you know. So yeah, but I think that's the important part about being a band, is sort of taking those things and then molding them into your own thing, isn't it? You know.
Absolutely. There's two things about creators that we find really exciting, and there's two types. One's the loners that have a singular vision and just drive it home, like a Trent Reznor, a Jack White, and there's the guy that I particularly like called Rob Dugan, who does like just, there's something about that kind of one mind pushing something forward with no dilution by committee. And Kitty and I feel so closely aligned on things that it kind of feels like one mind, and I see ourselves kind of like a pairing that is going down that route, rather than us being a kind of committee as a band. And Ben and Andy they kind of bring their own sort of like live energy to what we do, and they know how to interpret our ideas and trust us to kind of steer that creative ship, and that works really, really well. And the other thing that we're inspired by is the exact opposite, which is an absolute gang, like that just gang mentality. We are like, you know, all for one, one for all. There's something about that as well, which is super inspiring. And so I think it's the attitude and the way people create that inspires us more than the specific art they create. Because we were just stuck in a flat with gear-wise, all we have is a guitar, a pedal board, and a pretty basic kind of computer setup. And so we're like, what can we do that's going to be fun and stop us going crazy? So we recorded a bunch of covers that we released called the Quarantine Diaries.
Oh, cool.
And we're like, let's just, you know, let's record it like with what we have. You know, we don't have a live drummer, so let's just program drums, but just try and keep everything really simple. And so we just threw these songs together in the most kind of like live way that we could in a really limited setting, and made videos on a phone. And we're just trying to sort of keep our hand in with all that stuff, you know, not let the ball drop, stay kind of fresh with it, and also take the opportunity to try and experiment. Okay, if we're going to try and interpret a Lord song in our own style, but not be too hard on ourselves about it being like perfect, what does that sound like? And you do it and you learn something from it. It was really fun, sounds really cool, and from it, that's helped us when we've then writing our own stuff. It's kind of like, oh, do you remember that cool little thing we did, like where we changed something in the Lord song? Let's maybe do something like that for our own chorus in this, you know? And so that was really quite inspirational. And we were very fortunate that Nick Cave heard our Grinder Man cover.
Oh, wow.
And said some nice things. So thank you very much, Mr.
Oh,
Cave.
fantastic. Oh, my God. If Nick Cave said anything nice to me, I'd probably melt. His Idiot Prayer live stream was one of the highlights of my year, I think. I sat on my bed just blubbering wreck. Yeah, weeping and weeping and weeping. Speaking of music that has soundtracked this year, are there any bands that you've been listening to a lot this year in 2020 that have soundtracked this horrific and difficult year?
So like Horror released it's not an album, they call it mixtape, essentially an album. And that's been on repeat. They were my #1 listened to artist this year on the old.
And it's really cool that on that.
Yeah, there are other service providers.
The Blur mixtape by Horror has an amazing collaboration with them and Mike, the vocalist from I Hate God, which I was just so excited to see because I love I Hate God, I love Horror, and they feel like from two sides of my brain, they feel so kind of far apart, but there's an absolute synergy in their kind of brutal desire to not be mainstream at all. And I just love the fact that they're together. Like, they obviously found each other and found like a common ground, and what they've made sounds just like the darkest, heaviest, nastiest thing ever, and I love it.
It's not an obvious collaboration on paper, is it? But then actually, when you think about it, there are, they probably approach music in a similar way, I think.
Totally confrontational, no holds barred. They just want to freak people out.
Yeah.
And then, they take absolute delight in it. And I just love that.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, I suppose we should move over to you guys freaking people out. So thank you so much, John and Kitty, for joining me. And let's head over to the St. Agnes set where you're playing live right now.
Cheers, dude.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Welcome back to BadPond 2020. Remember that really sick band that I promised you about half an hour ago? Just dangled them in front of you and then whipped them away and showed you some adverts instead and a cool interview with said band. Well, St. Agnes are here, so if the suspense has been killing you, now's the time to just let out that breath that you've been holding for half an hour and just enjoy this absolute racket. I'm going to leave them to it. So, here the stage for Agnes.
You call me evil, but baby, I'm so much worse.
Welcome to Silvertown now. There's no leaving Silvertown now. Welcome to Silvertown now. There's no leaving Silvertown now. Give us down, drop to the ground. Your mouth is running straight. I told you, yeah.
Sheets on my bed, I pull my hairs across my head. Touching my guts, still she said that she just didn't want to. I read her Elliot, read her Yates. I tried my best to stay up late. I fixed the hinges on her game. Still, she just never wanted to. I bought a dozen snow white doves. I did her dishes in rubber gloves. I called her honeybee. I called her love. Still, even then, she never wanted to. She just didn't want to. I bought her every type of fare. I played the guitar by the hour. I packed her a revolting little 2-hour. But even then, she just didn't want to. I wrote a song with 100 lines. I picked a bunch of dandelions. I walked her through the trembling vines. But she just even then didn't want to. She just never wants to. Well, I thought I'd try another tack. I drank a liter of cognac. I threw her down upon her back. But she just laughed and said that she didn't want to. Well, I thought I'd have another go. I called her my little hoe. I felt like myself, my soul must feel when she said that she didn't want to. She just never wants to. I got the no pussy blues. I got the no pussy blues. I got the no pussy blues. Pussy blues, I got the no pussy blues, I got the no pussy blues, I got the no pussy blues. going out there, alright? I was told the way to live. I'm damned if I know what that is. I'm nothing. I am nothing. But my mind's running free. I don't need people. I keep them in my TV. I am nothing. Yourself, fool yourself. Yeah. Fool yourself. Fool yourself. Fool yourself. Fool yourself.
Good. Could people hear any of that? No, seriously, could people hear any of that? No. Okay, I'm going to start again. Yay! That was really loud. Yeah, if you haven't trashed your house yet, what on earth have you been doing? I want to see those pictures online, and I want it to be carnage. So, yeah, one thing I would like to mention, you've probably seen that there have been loads of women on stage. You may not have even noticed it because there are like loads of women in the world, and then some of them play music, and then they play in bands and they're on stage. But lots of festivals don't actually really bother booking any. But there's this cool initiative called Key Change, which is a pledge that BadPond has signed up to, along with many other awesome events, which is a pledge to try and address the gender imbalance on festival lineups, and it's working because you get to see so many more awesome acts with women in. So I just wanted to highlight that. And while we're on the topic, Small Pond, the organisers of BadPond, have recently just launched a music production and engineering course for women and people of different genders, women and non-binary people. So that's just launched as well. It's called Engineering Equality, and you can look online, sign up to it and stuff. There's links in the YouTube feed. So yeah, that's all really cool stuff, as is everything that's happening today. And next up, after the interview with Yumi Lenman, which you can watch with the amazing Renfrew Denbren, in the break, along with a few other bits and bobs, we'll have the headline set from Yumi Lenman. It's going to be a bit longer than the other ones because he's the boss and like the main man. And that is basically just, I'm really sorry, but going to be the last band. But it's going to be amazing, and it's going to be in a little bit. So we'll see you then.
Do you remember that first gig? Maybe you were dragged there by your mates, or it came at the end of a very long wait. To see that band, and it felt so good to stand shoulder to shoulder with others who understood. Your heart swelled, and you felt accepted for who you were. It gave you the confidence to pick up that pen, that mic, or that guitar. And our towns and cities are peppered with these special places, amazing hidden spaces tucked high above pubs, or nested down twisty stairs, venues with posters on the wall that say, "It's okay, be you, do what you want with your hair." What might look like just a door on the street is actually a portal to a cathedral, elastic with dreams, offering a togetherness you can't manufacture. That lyric that echoes your thoughts so exactly. And the two kids in the same t-shirt whose gaze just catches. And our houses are full of the music that was made here. We make playlists packed with it for the births of our babies. Because live music heals. Sweat might fall as rain from the ceiling. But we stand rooted where we stood, just feeling. Knowing we've glimpsed the other side, and how many ways there are to be beautiful in this life. And the UK's reputation as one of the world's leading music innovators hinges on these liminal spaces. There'd be no Beatles, no Bowie, no Massive Attack, without the live music venues to try stuff out. And yeah, we've got a £5.2 billion a year music industry. But how do you pollinate something without any bees? So we're asking the government to do the right thing, to support us now, so we can delay opening. Then, when it's safe, with a full heart we can throw open the doors again. and say, "Come on in, let the music play."
Why does the paper only show in the distance? The sky gets thicker, far through the houses. Wish I could see above my house. From your house, what's the background of mine look like? What's the background of mine?
Among other things, this year we released great records from We Were Promised Jetpacks, Fini Caruana, Into It Over It, Cursive, In Technicolor, Me Rex, Orchards, Owen, Delta Sleep, Oceanator, Jamie Lenman, The Gloria Record, The Fall of Troy, Laura Jane Grace, Illuminati Hoys, I Am the Avalanche, and The Winter Passing. That's a lot of records, and they're all great.
Hi, I'm Joy from Omni, and I'm here to tell you about an exciting course we're running in collaboration with Small Pond Studios called Engineering Equality. A shocking 5% of record producers are women, so this course is aiming to address that, demystify music tech, and show that those of any gender can take part. So we really encourage you to apply. If you're a woman or trans person, you can be of any experience level also. Whether you're an artist, a musician, or a complete novice, please apply. Hopefully see you soon.
But we carry on. There'll be a time.
tears and our hate for each other.
Radio silence makes me dizzy like Ferris wheel. He's the king of the sky and carnival. Radio silence. Radio silence. Carrying.
Hello, everybody. Renfrey Deadman here from the Riot Ad podcast, coming in to the final stretch of your 2020 live stream BadPond experience. And who better to join me than our headlining act, Mr. Jamie Lenman. How are you, sir?
Yeah, I'm good, thanks, Renfrey. I'm the headliner, aren't I? I forgot about that. Great.
Yeah, lots of pressure on Mr. Lenman.
Big cheese, le grand fromage, Lenman. Yeah.
Finally.
You better believe it. Yeah.
Finally, you've got all the plaudits you deserve, and you're headlining the most prestigious festival in the world, I believe.
BadPond is close to my heart.
It has been a strange old year. I don't have to tell you that for live music, seeing as there's barely been any whatsoever. But you've been making quite the effort to play some shows this year. Some socially distanced shows, some live streams similar to this, the shows at Signature Brew and New Cross Inn. How has that experience been for you? It's not the ideal circumstances to promote a new record under, is it?
No, it's not. Although I have felt, through things like the live streams I did and a couple of full electric live shows. I did one with Banter Bands and obviously BadPond next week. And also the socially distanced shows I played. They have sort of made it feel like, King of Clubs, the new record, was top of the agenda. I've sort of spent the whole year immersed in that record because I had it finished at the start of January, and we shot all the promo material in January before things got clamped down. And so it meant I was able, throughout the year, throughout lockdown, to really concentrate on rolling it out and making the videos. And these live performances on internet or in social distance venues sort of kept that bubbling. And it seemed that every time I brought out a new single, we have this method these days of slowly unpeeling the record with a few little hints of singles. It felt like every time I had one, I had some kind of live show of a sort to go along with it. And it was nice. I remember at those Signature Brew shows, one of which you came to, my newest single was I Don't Want to Be Your Friend.
Yeah.
And so it was great, but no one had heard the rest of the album. So it was great to have like just the 3 tracks to tease off. You didn't have to think, what am I going to play off the new record? Because there was only 3 out. So I played them all. And then when we did the ones in London, just before the second lockdown, I just brought out the new single, Like Me Better. So I got to play that. And it felt like the live shows, there were less of them, but they managed to punctuate the album campaign at quite fortuitous intervals.
Yeah.
All of them have been different to some degree. And I'm sort of anxious and excited about what will happen at BadPond, because it's electric, it's me and Jacko, but no audience, and I don't know the setup, and I'm quite glad I don't know too much about the setup, because I want to be surprised and I want to roll with it, whatever it is, and I'm sure it'll be unique.
How's this period of isolation? I mean, I think for some people, creative types, it's been a brilliant time to sort of knuckle down and do stuff. But for others, it's been quite tricky because, we're not living our lives in the way that we normally do, and we're not experiencing things in the way that we normally do. And maybe it's harder for a muse to come to us at this time. How has it been for you?
Well, I mean, I don't want to trash any of what you've just said, and I'm sure that's true for other people.
Trash it.
Conversely, for me, I don't know if it's because of lockdown or what not. I mean, because I work for myself anyway, and I do most of my work, from this room you see me in, whether it's writing or creating content or illustration work for other people, my life has remained largely unchanged throughout lockdown because, I don't go out to an office, I stay here. I haven't been as affected as much as someone, for instance, like my wife, who is a promoter and a dancer. She spends, a couple of times a week, she'll be going out to do a show with much more frequency than myself. I do it in concentrated bursts, where she's spread out over the whole year. So I felt the lack of her activity more than I have my own. I go with her to her shows as a stage manager. I look after the artists at her shows, which is very rewarding for me, actually, just being the tech, really. I have guitar techs and whatnot, and when I get to be the tech for other artists, I really enjoy it. making sure they've got what they need to perform. So I missed that. I missed that as well as missing my own shows. In terms of creativity, I can't remember the last time I had such a productive or creative year, really. I've been writing, I've writing an awful lot of material. I can't stop material coming out. In fact, I've got more material than I know what to do with. I'd like to do another album right now, but my last one's only just come out, and none of us know what next year looks like.
Yeah.
But I'm sort of champing at the bit to get back in the studio, and I've got all kinds of ideas, and I kind of have to wait probably until next year to get in a room with my label and my management and say, what go on for 2021? Because nobody knows.
Is there any shape or direction to that material so far, or is it all just a bit of a blur at the moment? You're not sure how it's going to fit in with...
It's the same as it always is when I write material. Always when I'm right, I don't know if we've covered this between ourselves before, possibly because we've had lots of chats. I only say this because I don't want to bore you, but I rarely write to one project at a time. What I do is I write lots of different songs all the time, and then after they're written, I place them in a number of little pots. I have any number of pots sort of in my brain, compartments for project and project and project. Some of it will be very soft, jangly stuff. Some will be very aggressive stuff. And I see which pot they fit into. For instance, when I was writing Muscle Memory, I had things like Mississippi, the song. I wrote that when I was writing Muscle Memory, but I knew that it didn't fit on Muscle Memory, which is what I was concentrating on. So I saved it. I put it in a different pot, and then eventually it came out on Devolver. Same with I Don't Know Anything that have ended up on Devolver. Some people will know that was a song that started at Ruben. It just didn't fit anything, didn't fit Muscle Memory. And finally it was time for it to come out and Devolver. So that's what happens. I write stuff and I put it in little pots where it sort of matches with other bits. And the other bits could be from anywhere between 10 years old to just written it last week. So in answer to the question, does it fit any one flavor? Is it moving in any one direction? No, because it never is.
Yeah, okay.
All it's doing is, I might have 2 songs for the aggressive pot. Great. And I might have 1 song for the trap pot, which is the real thing. And I have to wait until the trap pot is full enough to put out the trap record, and don't worry because that's happening. But so it's just, with me, it's a case of waiting until which pot is, 12 songs big.
Yeah.
To go, okay, well, that's ready for an album. Let's record that. But all the pots have had a substantial increase over this year, and one of them pretty soon will be bubbling over with stuff, and I'll have to make a record out of it, and I'm very excited about which one that's going to be.
I mean, you've already mentioned King of Clubs. I almost said King of Limbs there. I've got Radiohead on my brain. I don't know why. We've already mentioned King of Clubs, the mini album that was released early this year. And you sort of alluded to the fact that a lot of the records that you've done have a very loose theme, whether it be Muscle Memory with one half heavy, one half mellow, or just Shuffle as a whole, just as a covers record. Is there a theme to King of Clubs?
Yes, I would say absolutely. King of Clubs is actually is the exception possibly to this pops thing I was talking about, because not many of the tracks, I think only a couple of the tracks for King of Clubs had been around before we started making it. I think The Future Is Dead, we recorded it, a version of it for Devolver actually, but it didn't fit because it was too heavy. But the rest of them, whereas most of my records, are comprised of songs, even the Ruben records that I wrote with Guy and John, they were comprised of songs that could have been, 10 years old, or songs that were written last week. They all came from a broad period of time, apart from King of Clubs, which really all we had was The Future of Dead, and the rest of it sprang up between, I wrote a lot of it on the Shuffle tour, and then I wrote a lot of it sort of in the studio with Space. So that was the shortest, youngest, if you like, collection of songs. Not very many of them, if any of them, had been hanging around for any period of time. And yet, so because, the themes for the other records developed because I go, oh, this is an aggressive one, let's put that on the aggressive records. And I didn't impose that theme on it. but it goes in a box with 12 other aggressive songs, and I put it on an aggressive record. Whereas King of Clubs, the mood I was in dictated the theme. So they tended to be aggressive again and political. Some of them were political, even if I didn't realize they were political. Sleep Mission is actually more political than I thought it was. And also looking again at myself and how I feel about myself and uncomfortable emotions. That was just sort of the mood that we were in at the end of 2019. It's hard to remember now after this pandemic and the explosion that we've had in the awareness of human rights, shall we say, that we had a lot of problems going into 2020. I don't want to pile these things on everyone's breakfast plate. I'm slightly worried about where we're going to end up when we've got the pandemic under control and remember, oh yeah, global warming is a thing, you know, because that was really bothering me when I was writing King of Clubs, and that's what Future of Dead is about. And also, it's sort of, the pandemic has exposed a lot of the trust issues that we have with our elected representatives, which again was already really making me very cross at the time I wrote King of Clubs. So those were the themes that went into King of Clubs. And so if the pandemic sort of exacerbated a lot of them, you know, we can't even go to marches to say how we feel about police brutality because we're supposed to distance ourselves and all this stuff. The pandemic just made all of it worse, which is why King of Clubs, even though it was written sort of a year before this really blew up, it still felt like it was very present and in the now, because the pandemic made all these issues even worse. But I'm afraid they're still going to be waiting for us when we come out of it. So that was how I felt writing King of Clubs, and that's why King of Clubs has a theme, and the theme is, yeah, politics and aggression, but also sort of uncomfortable emotions, whether they're discomfort with, you know, the way the world is going or the way you feel about yourself. It's a pretty broad theme, but I felt like, you know, the artwork is very dark and stark, and I thought it's a dark record.
Yeah.
And so that was the theme. Yeah.
That's interesting, because I don't tend, and maybe this is incorrect, but I don't tend to think of you as as someone who writes about politics all that often. And I don't know, maybe I've just completely missed that in songs in the past, but do you feel like maybe the content of King of Clubs has become more political just because the times dictate that it should be more political? Because it is we're living in quite acerbic and difficult times. Or do you feel there's always been a slight political bent to what you've done? I would see you more as a sort of personal songwriter. Does that make sense? I feel like I'm using really wanky words, but you know what I mean.
Sure. No, you're absolutely right. And I've said a few times that I generally speaking, I try to avoid politics in my music.
Right.
Not because I think politics and music should be separate, but because I am fairly certain that I'm just not qualified to speak on most of these issues. I don't have the full facts, and I wouldn't feel great about standing on my soapbox and saying, this is what I think about this. And it has to be, it has to weigh incredibly heavy and become unavoidable, really, for me to speak out about it. I have made political statements before. I made one on muscle memory about how I feel about the value of the vote and how it's been taken away from us and not devalued. Well, devalued certainly, but there's a stronger word I'm searching for: despoiled by the powers that be. But it's very rare that I write about it, and certainly I had to think long and hard about what I wanted to say in I Don't Want to Be Your Friends, if I was going to call out other people for bad behavior, because I'm the first to admit that I've been a culprit of this bad behavior myself in the past, and I'm sure I will go on to make mistakes, and I'd hate to be called out on this crap because I wouldn't have anywhere to hide. But there comes a point, and I think a lot of people have found themselves at this point this year, where it becomes impossible to be apolitical. And no one really is apolitical. Whatever your thoughts on something is, they are your own politics. And however you share them is up to you. But it just became impossible towards the end of last year, and certainly throughout this year, to not be a political animal. And if you're making art, there's absolutely no way that politics cannot shine through. And it's not something I particularly wanted to do. It's just something I had to do. And I feel like I've managed to tread the line carefully enough to get my message across without, you know, alienating or angering too many people. Although maybe you should be angry. I sort of feel like if you're not angry, you're not paying attention. Because I'm angry in my safe little, you know, home counties bubble. I'm still angry and I'm still paying attention to what's happening in the world. Yeah, I'm angry, man. You know, King of Clubs helped me to get a lot of it out of my system. It was definitely helpful to me in that regard. Generally speaking, I try and stay away from politics, but it became impossible. And that's why King of Clubs happened.
There is that cliche that difficult times make, you know, great art, yada, yada, yada. But also, I think difficult political times, like, really spur people on to... I mean, the records that have come out that have had, like, a political message or edge, when I think of, like, Run the Jewels or Clipping or Zeal and Ardor, they've all had this really strong political stance, which you cannot escape at all, and have been really, really powerful as a result. Even Bon Jovi has been getting in on the political act.
Wow.
I mean, yeah.
I listened to the Slippery When Wet the other day, and that is not political. Oh boy.
It's definitely not. No, Living on a Prayer has nothing to do with Republicans or Democrats or anything like that. Why the title King of Clubs? Is there a theme in there?
Yeah, well, it's a bit you know, all these album titles, naming an album is so difficult, and you start off with if you're in Reuben, it's always just a stupid joke that you then have to pretend has meaning afterwards, and it's usually a quote from a Star Wars film. King of Clubs, I just thought, because I had the last track was called King of Cruelty. The instrumental track was called King of Cruelty for a long time, and there was a sort of it did have a set of lyrics about a terrible thing I did when I was a child, but sort of the instrumental pushed the lyrics out. The instrumental was only ever supposed to be a sound bed for a spoken word piece, but then it just kept growing and there was no space for the words, and it became this odd thing. And then I remembered I designed a t-shirt for 2000 Trees last year, which had a hand on it, a severed right hand that had a tattoo of a club on the back. I just drew a club on the back of it, and I thought, oh, that's pretty cool. And then when I thought King of Cruelty doesn't really make much sense, and there was already a band called King Cruel, and then I thought, what about King of Clubs? And then the designer part of my brain, because I design all the artwork and whatever, thought, oh, that'd be great. You could have a club, and the club is a really cool symbol, and remember that t-shirt, and you could have it and you could do like a little playing card, and you could be the King of Clubs with your bass that's there. Yeah. And it just all rolled into one. And sometimes and it was the same when I came up with the title of Muscle Memory. You know, I'd been trying to explain to my friend. My friend asked me which songs I preferred writing, the soft ones or the heavy ones. And I said, well, different bits of me like different parts. My intellectual side likes the soft ones. My brain likes the soft ones, but my flesh and bloods, to get my emotions boiling, my adrenaline likes the heavy side. That's almost like my heart. And then when we were playing it with the band, we'd come back from maybe 2 months not rehearsing, and we all knew the songs already. We didn't have to remember anything. And someone said, it's like muscle memory. And I thought, fuck, it's muscle memory. And then I suddenly realized that was how I could describe both sides of the album. The muscle, your heart. The heart is, it's a muscle for the heavy songs. And then memory is your brain, is your melancholy, your sort of cerebral area for the softer songs. So it ended up meaning everything, that phrase. And it's the same with King of Clubs. It sort of came to mean everything, and not just the fun iconography of the playing cards, but it's also King of Clubs is me, because I sort of accepted at this point, I'll never play stadiums. And to call yourself the king of anything, I knew it was a little bit pompous and a little bit, and you might look at me and think, he's got some big ideas about himself. And so I always try and temper that whenever I do feel a little bit pompous by reminding myself that really I'm just a schmo with a stupid haircut. And King of Clubs is a good way of saying, I am the king of the clubs, as in the club circuit. I'm quite content to be this underground guy. I'll never be Bon Jovi, So King of Clubs, on the one hand, it's like it's a big up. Hey, this guy's the king. But on the other hand, it's a, hey, king of the underground, maybe. And in fact, someone called me underground royalty the other day, which I felt was a nice backhanded compliment, right? It's like, it sounds like Prince of the Mole Men, because I had that mole hair as well. Do you know what I mean? I quite like that. King of underground royalty. That's good, because it means like being a big fish in a small pond. That's good for me. That's about my level. So that's why King of Clubs, lots of reasons.
Hey again, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed Deadman versus Lenman, the conversational battle for the ages. Was interesting, huh? Now you know all about the headliner, Jamie Lenman, although you probably already did, which is why you're here, because he's ace and you're a big fan. So yeah, there's gonna be a whole lot of Jamie Lenman in just a second. Yeah, I actually can't believe it's almost the last act. Feeling actually a little bit emotion in a kind of like Matt Hancock sort of way, like feel a bit like crying, but also know that I can't on camera and just gonna do that. But also know that the news cycle is so fast these days that feels like it was about 10 years ago and I'm so out of date, sorry. Who's Matt Hancock anyway? So Jamie Lenman is on the stage right next to me. I'm practically in the band, and it's like I'm having an anxiety dream where I forgot my instruments and all the songs. So I'm going to get off stage where I belong and just throw it over to the headliner, the person you've been waiting to see, although all the other bands have been amazing, and I want to say a massive thank you to them. But yeah, here's Jamie Lenman. Enjoy! Woo! Everyone's going like that in this room, but you can't see them. So it's just me with one hand.
Hi everyone, my name is Jamie Lenman, this is Jack Rich. When I was a kid, I took a trip around the world, trying to make a statement, trying to impress some girl. Drawing up a map of all the places I love, a list of everywhere I wish I could stay, so maybe I could make my way back someday. The road to ride, the road to ride, the road to ride, the road to ride. It's a ride. can hear you clapping at home. That's fine. That's no problem. We don't need it. My name is Jamie Lenman, and I'm absolutely thrilled. Even though I don't look like it, that's just my cool demeanor to be headlining BadPond 2020. Let's not concentrate on what a fucking vomit tsunami the year has been. Let's just concentrate on the fun we're going to have now. And the fun we've had all day. Hands up if you've been watching since 3 p.m. That's not true. I had to drive here. It took about 90 minutes, you know. Everyone's been excellent. We can play some more songs. Hit it, Giacomo. Take all the time. If you're a dick when you talk, you're a dick all the time. In a recess, say something on mine. If you're a dick when you talk, you're a dick all the fucking time. Yeah. I don't wanna be your friend. No, friend. You're so alright, you're so for real. If you're so alright, you're so for real. You don't care about how people feel. 'Cause if you're so alright, you're so for real. I'm fucking sorry. I don't wanna be your friend. Don't wanna be your friend. I'm tired. Like you still are when you come. If you're a bigot when you cross, you still are when you come. If you're a bigot when you cross, you still are when you come. 'Cause even unsaid words can do real fucking up. I'm the fucking dragon. I don't wanna be up. I don't wanna be up. I don't wanna be up, friend. It's true, it's true. Alright, alright. Enough of the polemic. Let's get sexy up in here. This from my previous album, Shuffle. Some you
towel could be here, that would be excellent. If anyone that I knew personally and very well and knew where my towel was could fetch my towel to me, I'd love it. It could be anyone. Anyone can get my towel. Never mind. I put out 3 fucking records this year. I put out one in September, and then a couple of weeks ago I put out one that I've already put out about 6 times. This song is from that record. Lenman ain't done a better song since 2004. But I fucking out. Goes like this. That's how it goes. Everybody knows. Long gone by me, Jamie Lenman. I wrote that song. I wrote all of these songs, apart from the one by Seal. Is everyone having a nice time watching BadPond? I know Leon is, for real. Handy's enjoying it. Oh, yeah. Katie, did you get my towel? No, you didn't. You missed all my clues. Never mind. Yeah, thank you very much. I saw it. Yeah. You just enjoy yourself. Relax. To be fair, the towel they gave me, it was a higher quality than the ones we got from home. So I'm up on the deal here. And I ain't giving it back, let me tell you. Jacka, how you feeling? I'm warm. You're warm. Extremely warm. They got SRS lights in this situation here. It looks great. I saw some of the other bands in the waiting room when I was waiting to come in. Looked fucking excellent, sounded excellent. Everyone's done a really great job here, or the camera crew and the sound crew. There's a lady in a tiny room downstairs you're not even supposed to know about. She's doing some magic things there. I hope it sounds good. If not, I'm gonna come after you. I ain't. This is a song off my last album, what I done, called Devolver. Was it my last album? I did about 6 since Devolver. Never mind. Anyway, it's called All of England is City. When I go to sleep, I don't hardly dream. All again is nervous, so it will seem. Most times I forget, just one remains, so clear and colored, running in my rain. There's a knock at the door, police they say, my body up with a pen, get blown away. Jump out of the backhand, what sounds the same. Everybody on the run from this murder game. The last thing I remember was this enormous sign erected on the hillside. And 6 huge words. I don't believe it. These 6 sincere who make the future from these ideas. I can't help thinking there's something else, some cryptic message from me to myself. The last thing I remember, listen on the side, erected on the hillside. 6 huge words. All of England is a city. 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 All of England is all of England is a city. All of England is a city. All of England is a city. All of England. There we go. That's what I dream about. Horrible nightmares about police brutality. Imagine that. This water's free, right? I ain't paying for this on top. I'm going through this at a rate of nugs, you know what I'm saying? Put it on my tab. I hope you're enjoying yourself watching Jamie Lenman with Jack Rich at BadPond. We're going to take it down a little bit now and get sympathetic on your ass. We're going to get sentimental, play a couple of tracks. No, just one track. I'm going to be one track off my album, Muscle Memory. If everyone saw that, that's a cool spotlight wherever that's coming from. Oh yeah, I feel like Jessica Rabbit in Who Framed the Guy. Oh, this is one of my favorites. This is called I Ain't Your Boy. I see the pictures on the wall, the time, the place I don't recall. I can't say as they're all, or if I'm here now. I hear the way you talk to me. It's like you're asking silently to make it like it used to be, but I just don't know how. 'Cause I ain't your boy. I ain't your boy. I ain't your boy. No, I ain't your boy. I ain't your boy. And I sleep in his bed, and I sleep with his wife, all of his friends. I inhabit his life. Watch him on the video, the shaggy hair, the funny clothes, the naked lip beneath that nose. I'm a soul memory. You want to love me where he is, and why he never really is. I try to tell you to tears. I haven't seen that kid for years, and I ain't your boy. I ain't your boy. I ain't your boy. No, I ain't your boy. I ain't your boy. Never gonna give it back. Oh, you're never gonna give it back. Nothing's gonna bring it back. Oh, nothing's gonna bring it back. The blue eyes said I could be forever. I won't mind. There is no shame if you kiss me and call me his name. I ain't your boy. I ain't your boy. I ain't your boy. No, I ain't your boy. I ain't your boy. And you're never gonna get it back. Oh, you're never gonna get it back. Oh, nothing's gonna bring it back. Oh, nothing's gonna bring it back. But if you know, if you was there, I could be here the way when I won't mind. There is no shame if you kiss me and call me his name. Thanks very much. Thanks very much, everyone. Jack Wrench on the drums and the vocals and the little ding-a-ling spid. Is it called a spid? SPD? A spud? Jack Wrench on the spud. He sings so nice. He gradually played more and more bits. I'm working out a way to get him to do the entire show, and I just stand at the back nodding. That's would be my ideal. We're going to do a couple of covers now. Because of the whole record of covers last year, everything seemed so fun. What could go wrong? Let's have fun in 2019. And thank God we did. I think I played the whole of that last song with the bass on fuzz. Must have been a bit weird. Sorry. I'm gonna put my hand in the air and say that this is the song I remember the least. Jacko and I managed to get one rehearsal through all the closures and social distancing. And that ain't an excuse, but then again, you ain't paying, so fuck you, you know? Let's have it. This is my favorite song off that shuffle record. It's called A Handsome Stranger Called Death. a cigar in your mouth, a little black dog and just the biggest by your side. Lights are down are real low and you from the get-go. I couldn't help but take my lipstick out. You saw me to start walking. The streets are overcrowded here that night. You told me to look straight into the light. Look, the heavens are open enough for you tonight. Oh, 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 oh. We walk past the roses, makes it so we don't use something worth started walking faster, I was all aflutter. I couldn't help but follow you. You told me to start walking. The streets are overcrowded that night. You told me to look straight into the light, but the angels are all coming down for you tonight. And some stranger called there. Somebody save me. I don't wanna be another dead 20-something or another. I'm a kid full of history. I don't wanna be another dead 20-something or another. With a cigar in your mouth, a little black dog and just the biggest fucking smile. Maybe I should go, he tells me I should go. The streets are overcrowded, yeah. Somebody save me, I don't wanna be another 10 or 20-something or another. I'm a kid full of history, I don't wanna be another 10 or 20-something. Somebody save me and my history. I am a 20-something and some stranger called death. Very nice. Quite stylish. Thanks again to Jacko on the vocals. He sings so sweet. You sing Thank so you. Sweet. Totally in command, and I know how to play the song. This is by Cyndi Lauper. Are you alive, Jack? What's happening? Well, I see it every night time in the streets. And the ladies on the Blue Boy magazine. Looking for a new sensation. I'm picking up a good vibration. Yeah, Shabbat! So I wanna go out with the lions of war. Yeah, I wanna go south and get me some more. I say and 6 times at night. I say I better stop or I'll go play. Shiva, 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 I love you, Shiva, 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 oh, he will understand, Shiva, 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 I love you, Shiva, Shiva, yeah, Shiva, boy, yes, you do, Shiva, yeah. Yeah, Shiva! Oh! Hey, hey, say I better get a chaperone! 'Cause I can't stop messing with the danger zone! Yes! Ain't no law against the end! Whoa, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva! worship up. Yes, if you worship up, yeah. Worship up, worship up, worship up. Hey, that's pretty good, actually.
It was good.
How you feel, Giacomo?
I was afraid before, and I feel enlightened.
You feel it? You feel good now? We
Feel
got it
good
out of the
now,
way.
yeah.
Wow. Been dreading that song the entire set. God bless Cyndi Lauper, Madam President. We're going to play a couple more cuts of my new record. How long we got? Oh shit! Not long. Haha! We're going to play a couple more cuts of my new record, King of Clubs. This is my favorite one. It's called Kill Me. Yeah, wow! I got the shade. You got the sharpest suits I ever seen. Your hair is like smoke. Face to be the final sight I ever see. I want tonight to be the worst thing that happens to me. I wanna feel the hand inside the fucking velvet glove. I don't know what this is without I think it's love. My life is not to live, so you can wrap it up and seal it with a kiss. Let's tell and you there is nothing more I ever wanna do. I have plans. I had dreams, I had 100 little juvenile schemes. I don't care, I don't mind. I'm resigned and behind living thoughts of ignorance. I wanna roll my dying breath into your open mouth. I wanna stare into your eyes until you shut me up. I wanna feel the velvet hand is something I ain't above. I don't know what this is, but I don't think it's love. Just a death of living now I do. I am body show me every kind of special. I crumble into rubbish when he's jumping up. I don't understand what having is love. Kill me. Kill me. Kill me. Kill me. God, kill me. I want you to kill me. Come on, kill me. I need you to kill me. Baby, 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 baby. Oh, that was that. Wow. I feel pretty killed. We're coming up to the last couple of tracks now of my set, Lenman of BadPond. 2028, just want to thank all the fucking excellent bands, Gender Roles, Orchard A.A. Williams, CTR, DLP, I might have got that one wrong, but I still love it. Yumi And The Weather, St. Agnes, I must have forgotten one, but they're fucking excellent wherever you are. And it's really great to be invited here to play at this fucking special event. Really, I'm honored, and thanks so much to all the crew and all the people that have been helped out. I feel very safe, feel very protected. This is a song I wrote when I wasn't quite such a good mood. 1, 2, 3, 4. Expressions fucking feel. They better feel. I change, I things. I saw your love for you. They couldn't get. That's how you feel. It's time, runs by. Because they want me. You work hard, pushing hard, but you feel like it's just not enough. You work hard. Alright, BadPond. I feel like the last thing I want to do in the fucking world is put on a hat right now. But it is the season of goodwill. So look, I don't want to get all preachy and shit. Obviously things are tough. Just gotta remember that it isn't Christmas that's shitty. It's the fucking virus that's shitty. It's the fucking government that's shitty. Christmas is, was, and always will be awesome. Thank you very much.
What's the friend for? Where's the twin? Where's the gun again? Where's the rocket out of leg? Look up on me, Joe, look up on me, Joe, around kiss your face. Today is the last place for an extended race. Well, it's your birthday, so have a party. We're talking about all of that now to cross business. Everybody is welcome. And Christmas is awesome. Everybody is welcome. Christmas! You got a hurry shirt, you got a comedy song, you got a gift for you. I got a DVD, and it will start to. And my head's cracked, you gotta eat and scratch, you got stuff to do. Dinner's all done, and then we have fun. We're on the dog, but we fucking out. Say it again. Everybody is welcome. Yeah, Christmas is awesome. Everybody is welcome. Good fucking. Thank you so much, huge love. Thank you so much. Thanks for having us. Thank you.
Well, I don't know if you could make out the words to that last song, but I must say it's the most moving version of chestnuts roasting on an open fire that I have ever heard. Yeah, wow, talking of moving, it's all over, guys. It's been real. I haven't got a Santa hat, which I'm actually really annoyed about because I wanted to wear one, and then I thought, nah, no one will be wearing a Santa hat. And then, so I just wore this one instead. But I do have a beer, and that's quite festive, so Merry Christmas, everybody. It's been, genuinely, one of the most fun things I've been part of, well, obviously for ages, because none of us have had any fun for like 10 months, but also just like ever. It's been brilliant, and I'm really proud of everyone that's put this together, and all of you guys for tuning in. There's been loads of you. I do have quite a large family, so it's hard to know how much that skewed the stats. But yeah, it's been an absolutely brilliant day, and I hope you've had as much fun as we have here. I've had a few beers and that wine earlier that I was pretending to drink on stage. I did drink backstage, so sorry. But yeah, I want to say some big thank yous to everyone that's been part of putting this on. BadPond 2020, they said it couldn't be done. We did it. Small Pond, obviously, it was their idea. It's their festival. We've got Sam Coveney from Small Pond, like running the show today, but like all the rest of the team in the background as well. Dan's been doing the YouTube comments, posting all the useful links, and awarding St. Agnes with the most emojied band of the night award backstage as well, which is pretty important stuff. And then we've got Wild Stag film crew, I think captained by Dave, which has just like, they've all just been amazing. You've been amazing. I'm talking to you behind the camera. And the sound engineers, Leon and Aoife, also just absolutely smashed it. This is one of the best, like the best sound I've heard on like any show, let alone a live stream that's beaming out through the internet. And yeah, Zoe, who did the social media, and Ooosh for having us, Arts Council for like throwing some money at it, and the people that bought lottery tickets to fund the Arts Council, and the lighting guys who've been totally on point. It looks really pretty. I don't know if you can see, but like the ceiling's got all bits and bobs on it. There's loads of cool stuff that you can see, and yeah, and they didn't even make the lights go in my eyes at all, which I really, really appreciated. So yeah, I think anyone in the room wanna thank me as well. And all the bands, obviously, which I was definitely not forgetting and was totally coming to, because I would go so far as to say that without them, this event could not have happened. So Yumi and The Weather started us off, Clit Drip, Gender Roles, Orchards, A.A. Williams, St. Agnes, and of course Jamie Lenman. Absolutely, just like they've all been in hibernation for almost a year, and they just came and absolutely smashed it. So yeah, well done. And this is going to be available to watch, I believe, for a while on the internet afterwards. So tell your friends if you enjoyed it, watch it again. We want to get as many eyes on this as possible because we're really proud of it. We don't know how long it's going to be online for, but I guess we'll update with that. The internet, we've heard, might be going into tier 4, so it might not even be allowed. You might not be allowed to stream things on the internet, but if we can, we will. So watch this space. Thanks the world. This was BadPond 2020. Bye. Cheers. Have a great Christmas and all that.